Personally, this is my first board meeting in Manila, and as the host of our board, and as your co-chair. So I feel extremely grateful to the government of the Philippines for hosting us here and at the Asian Development Bank headquarters. We all know that the Philippines is no stranger to the impacts of climate change. And being here is a true reminder of the communities for whom this fund must deliver and the urgency of the work that we have ahead of ourselves. I personally and with Georg really look forward to the significant step forwards that we are going to be taking on many key decisions and issues that are setting up the full operationalization of the BIM, but as well taking the steps into defining the long-term model of this fund over the next 3 days. And look forward to engaging with you. So before we begin, I'd like to give the floor to Georg from some welcoming remarks as well.
Thank you, Camilla. So I'd just like to echo my fellow co-chair Camilla's sentiments. Being here in the Philippines is also significant because of the leading role that this country plays in global climate diplomacy, including, as you know, as a host of the board of our fund. There are few countries that know the cost of loss and damage as intimately as the Philippines, which faces some of the strongest storms on the planet year after year. and few demonstrate so clearly the resilience, the solidarity and innovation with which communities respond and rebuild. Meeting here in Manila once again reminds us why we set high ambitions for the fund, so that countries such as the Philippines and vulnerable communities around the world can count on this fund after suffering loss and damage due to climate events. We have at this meeting the opportunity to begin turning that ambition into delivery as the first funding requests come before the board. Let's approach the days ahead in that spirit of cooperation and shared purpose. We are, of course, also joined today by the Executive Director of the Fund for Responding to the Loss and Damage, Ibrahima Sheikh Diong, and let me invite Ibrahima to deliver some brief remarks on behalf of the Secretariat. So, Ibrahima, the floor is yours.
Well, thank you very much, Georg, and a very good morning to all of you. Let me, on behalf of the Secretariat, welcome you to the 9th board meeting of the Fund for Responding to Loss and Damage, a very critical board meeting at a juncture where we are looking funding requests, but also the response from the countries after we launch our call for funding requests. Let me begin on behalf of the Secretariat, extend our gratitude and appreciation to the Honorable Minister for gracing us with your presence. And I know how busy you are, but your presence here means a lot to all of us. There's also a testament of the commitment of the government of the Philippines to this fund, to the support you provide. But I know, in addition to yourself, there's a group of your team behind the scene that's been working with our team for the past couple of months to make this a reality. I want to use this opportunity also to extend our gratitude to His Excellency President Ferdinand Marcos Jr. He has been a strong advocate and champion of this fund, a different platform, including at UNGA, at COP, and renewing his commitment, but more importantly, underscoring the sense of urgency to capitalize this fund. We're extremely grateful for his words and his support. I could not think of a better country for this board meeting to take place than in the Philippines, which, joining in our co-chairs, stating again how this country has gone tremendous challenges and climate-induced loss and damage. But in addition to that, is a country that also has built resilience and experience, which can certainly inspire the rest of the world how we're dealing with these challenges. While we have a long way to go as a fund, but I think we can certainly collectively celebrate the progress we've made so far whereby a couple of years ago, this was a collective idea born out of global solidarity. But today, we have made significant progress both on the governance of this fund, in setting up the Secretariat, but more importantly, the packages that we're receiving from countries that are being converted. And now we're talking about a call for funding requests that led to 176 requests from around the world in different countries, 119 countries. That's a major progress so far, but obviously, we're not where we want to be yet, and that is to make sure that resources are available to those who need them the most. I wanted to then renew once again the commitment and the dedication of the men and women in the Secretariat, coming from different parts of the world. We're bringing not only the experience and expertise, but the compassion, the solidarity, and the commitment to the cause. And we'll continue that commitment as we work under the leadership of the board and make sure we deliver for the millions of people around the world who may be watching this, expect a lot from this fund, because loss and damage, as I often say, has a human face, and that should inspire all of us to accelerate the work we're doing. And I wanted to just say thank you again for the opportunity to serve, and back to you, Co-Chair.
Thank you so much, Ibrahima, for those words of welcome and for placing this meeting within the tremendous amount of work that has been happening to get us here. But colleagues, on behalf of the board, I am pleased to welcome to this meeting Acting Secretary Juan Miguel Cuna, representing the government of the Philippines, and reminding us that we are brother in the Spanish language, so I presume I might have done that with a very Spanish intonation, but happy to hear that there's so much that joins us despite being in different oceans. And with thanking the hospitality for receiving us here, it is my pleasure to invite you to deliver welcoming remarks on behalf of the government of the Philippines.
Thank you very much, Camila. Co-chairs of the board, Ms. Camila Minerva Rodriguez Tavares and Mr. Georg Borsting, distinguished members of the board, alternate members and advisors of the board, Executive Director of the Fund, Mr. Ibrahima Sheikh Jong, officials from the Philippines national government agencies, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It is my distinct honor to welcome all delegates to the Philippines for the 9th meeting of the board of the Fund for Responding to Loss and Damage. On behalf of the government and the people of the Philippines, I convey our appreciation for your continued commitment to advancing the operationalization of the Fund for Responding to Loss and Damage. At the outset, allow me to express our sincere thanks to the Asian Development Bank for its assistance to the Philippine government in hosting this meeting. This collaboration reflects the shared commitment of our institutions to ensuring the Fund can deliver on its mandate. The establishment of the Fund represents an important milestone in the international community's response to climate change. It reflects a shared recognition of the need to support developing countries, particularly vulnerable to the adverse effects of climate change, in addressing loss and damage resulting from its impacts. As the Philippines leads ASEAN in 2026, advancing cooperation on loss and damage remains a central priority for supporting a more coordinated, responsive, and resilient region. During the recent ASEAN Climate Week, we underscored the need to prepare for impacts that can no longer be avoided, such as damage to homes, disrupted essential services, and lost livelihoods. We are actively pushing for stronger regional coordination, the sharing of resources and technical expertise, and are conducting a comprehensive study to assess the readiness and specific needs of ASEAN member states. Our regional efforts are focused on improving climate risk management systems, enhancing data sharing, and building the technical capacity required to mobilize faster assistance following extreme weather events like typhoons. This regional dedication to action was a cornerstone of our advocacy at the recent June 2026 UN climate negotiations, SB 64, in Bonn. As ASEAN chair, the Philippines urged the international community to bridge the widening gap between rhetorical commitments and the on-the-ground survival needs of vulnerable communities. While we noted the absence of a formal standalone agenda item for loss and damage at SB 64, we were encouraged by the intense focus on operationalizing this very fund to ensure it effectively delivers grant-based resources. At SB 64, we note the critical advancements made regarding the Santiago Network and the Warsaw International Mechanism. The WIM's progress on translating technical papers into accessible tools for non-economic losses is vital. Furthermore, the Santiago Network's move to launch simplified funding windows for grassroots communities and its strategic synergy to act as the technical preparation pipeline facilitating access to this fund are exactly the types of complementary frameworks we need. For us, the significance of the fund extends beyond its financial resources. It reflects the principles of international cooperation, solidarity, and shared responsibility that underpin the global climate regime. As climate-related impacts continue to intensify, the effective operationalization of the fund is of particular importance to developing countries that face disproportionate risks despite having contributed least to global greenhouse gas emissions. Realizing that promise, however, depends on the steady and deliberate work of the board. The decisions made during board meetings are essential to the continued operationalization of the fund. As the board considers the Barbados implementation modalities, funding arrangements, resource mobilization, and other key matters, it continues to strengthen the institutional and operational foundations needed for the fund to deliver timely, accessible, and effective support to vulnerable developing countries. It is for this reason that the Philippines regards hosting this meeting as both a privilege and a responsibility. We recognize the importance of providing an environment that facilitates constructive dialogue and supports the board in carrying out its mandate. Hosting the board meetings forms part of our deep commitment to the operationalization of the fund. As part of our commitment to the board, the government of the Philippines is working on a board secretariat office at the Philippine International Convention Center. Although it is still being refurbished, hopefully in your next meeting in Manila, the 10th meeting of the board, it will be ready. We hope that this meeting will contribute to the continued progress of the fund and reinforce the collective efforts of the international community to ensure that it becomes fully operational and responsive to the needs of vulnerable developing countries, including the Philippines. We trust that your deliberations over the coming days will be productive and that the outcomes of this meeting will further strengthen the fund's capacity to serve these communities most affected by the impacts of climate change. On behalf of the government and the people of the Philippines, I wish you a successful 9th meeting of the board and a pleasant stay in Manila. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Secretary, for these warm words, for undermining the importance of the role that, for underscoring, apologies, my English went ahead of myself there, for underscoring the importance of the work that this fund does, and for announcing that those arrangements for our long-term hosting of this board here in the Philippines, and I know that it really shows the hospitality with which you treat us, and it really facilitates our work that we take on to be hosted in such way. But to mark the occasion, we will now take a brief pause for a photo with the full FRLD family, and we will resume this meeting after a break.
So, colleagues, welcome back. I hope you have enjoyed your coffee break and have had a lot of good discussions and in that break to further prepare us for our meeting. It's now my pleasure, my great pleasure, to officially open the 9th meeting of the board of the Fund for Responding to Loss and Damage. As a general note for the board's information, the meeting documents have been circulated and made available on the web page of the Fund for Responding to Loss and Damage. Before turning to substance, however, we would like to inform you about the following changes to the board membership that have taken place since our 8th meeting in Livingston. And please bear with me also for any pronunciations of mispronunciations of names. Immaculada Paniagua Brieva, Spain has replaced Ana Paula Rodriguez, Portugal, as board member representing the developed countries. Tamim Alotimim, Saudi Arabia, has replaced Abdelrahman Al-Rovishid, Saudi Arabia, as board member representing the Asia Pacific Group countries. Jette Mikkelsen, that was easier, Denmark, has replaced Jens Fugl, Denmark, as an alternate board member representing the developed countries. Cassie Moll, New Zealand, has replaced Sarah Short, New Zealand, as an alternate board member representing the developed countries. Ana Cameira, Portugal, has replaced Immaculada Panigua Brieva, Spain, as alternate board member representing the developed countries. Sayed Mohammed, Iran, has replaced Ghulam Hussain Darsi, Iran, as alternate board member representing the Asia Pacific Group countries. Then we would also like to inform you about the temporary changes to the board membership for this 9th meeting. Manuela Glass, Germany, has temporarily replaced Natasha Banker, Germany, as board member representing developed countries. Pilar Caballero, Spain, has temporarily replaced Immaculada Panigua Brieva, Spain, as board member representing developed countries. Kaori Shiotsu, Japan, has temporarily replaced Katsuo Taguchi, Japan, as board member representing developed countries. Ahmed Al-Gardaka, United Arab Emirates, has temporarily replaced Abdullah Ahmed Balala, United Arab Emirates, as board member representing Asia Pacific states. Ambassador Ruleta Camacho Tomas, Antigua and Barbuda, has temporarily replaced Mr. Peter George Jr. Abraham, Antigua and Barbuda, as board member representing small island developing states. Wolfgang Deenhofer, Austria, has temporarily replaced Mr. George Gel, Luxembourg, as alternate board member representing developed countries. Takeshi Takiguchi, Japan, has temporarily replaced Ola Kilkullen, Ireland, as alternate board member representing developed countries. Takeshi Takiguchi has temporarily replaced Yoshi Hyokai, Japan, as alternate board member representing developed countries. Anders Martin Larnemark, Norway, has temporarily replaced Odd Magne Ruud, Norway, as alternate board member representing developed countries. Shatik Tastemirova, Kazakhstan, will temporarily replace Didar Tamenov, Kazakhstan, as alternate board member representing Asia-Pacific states. And finally, Kamal Jamai, Algeria, will temporarily replace Ambassador Mohammed Nasser, Egypt, as board member from the African group states. Thank you. Jan, please.
Thank you, Georg.
I hope you're going to praise me for...
Yeah, definitely I want to praise you that you've done almost 100% correct. I just want to... In your list, probably there was a glitch of lines that Karina McGinley is temporarily serving as an alternate of Orla Kelkalen for the EU-Ireland desk. You mentioned twice the same person, so that's where the line was probably different. So Karina McGinley is with us in spirit and in person. She will be here as soon as she recovers. Thank you.
Sorry. So my apologies. So Karina McGinley, Ireland, has temporarily replaced Orla Kilcullen, Ireland, for as alternate board member representing developed countries. Thank you, Jan. Then, with that, we welcome you all warmly to the board, and we look forward to fruitful collaboration during our next 3 days. We would also acknowledge the members and alternate members who are unable to attend this meeting. So that is Natasha Banker, Germany, Immaculada Paniagua Breva, Spain, Jose Delgado, Austria, Katsuo Taguchi, Japan, Abdullah Ahmed Balala, United Arab Emirates, Mohammed Ibrahim Nasser Salem, Egypt, Peter G. Abraham Jr., Antigua and Barbuda, Karima Ostadi, Italy, Orla Kilcullen, Ireland, Georges Gell, Luxembourg, Chushui Hyokai, Japan, Oddmagne Ruud, Norway, Didar Temanov, Kazakhstan, Camila Munoz Ukros, Colombia, Sayed Mohammed Sadatinejad, Iran, and finally Sumaya Ahmed Sakielden Hamdan, Sudan. Now, thank you. On observer participation, colleagues, our meeting is open to observers unless circumstances warrant a different approach, as the board may decide. Please note that the meeting is broadcasted live and is also displayed in the observers room. We recall that the board decided that the interim arrangements for observer participation would apply for subsequent meetings of the board until the active observer policy is adopted. We also note that the draft policy on active observers is before the board at this meeting under agenda item 16. Therefore, one representative from each of the 9 observer constituencies under the UNFCCC is once again with us in the boardroom, and welcome to the observers. On behalf of the board, we extend also a warm welcome to the World Bank, the UNFCCC on climate change, UNFCCC Secretariat, and all observers, both in the board meeting room and in the observers room, and we thank other stakeholders for following the proceedings virtually. So with that, can I hand back to you, Camilla, for our agenda item 2 on the organizational matters.
Thank you so much, co-chair, and thank you to all of you joining us today and taking on this work of the B9. So with that, I'll move over to agenda item 2A, which is adoption of the agenda. And I would now like to invite the board to consider organizational matters sub-agenda item 2A. In accordance with paragraph 26 of the Rules of Procedure, the Secretariat, in consultation with the co-chairs, prepared and distributed the provisional agenda for the 9th meeting of the board. And the board has before it the provisional agenda as contained in document FRLD/B9/1/1/Rev1. Since the issuing of that agenda, there has been a request from board members to remove agenda item 18, dates and venues. I propose that we issue agenda FRLD B9/B9/1/Rev2, which will be the agenda as it stands now, with the removal of agenda item 18, dates and venues, which would be circulated as soon as the adoption of this meeting. Notwithstanding that proposal, it comes with the assurances to those that have happened in the discussions that we've having before opening this meeting, that should the board understand in the course of their discussions under the substantive agenda items that have gathered us here that there is a need to, in the process, in line with the process that we are setting up on substantive decisions here, reconsider the dates of B10, that decision could be made under the appropriate substantive items under which we would be undertaking these discussions. With that understanding and assurances, could I take it that the board will be ready to adopt the revised agenda with the modification of the deletion of the agenda item 18, dates and venues? Richard, you have the floor.
Thank you, Camilla, and thank you to you and Georg, and to the government of the Philippines for hosting us here, and for the Secretariat for making those arrangements. So yes, I'm happy to adopt the agenda. I have another, with that provision, I have another question, just procedurally, not going into substance, around agenda item 10B. Can you just give us an indication of what you intend to require, what you intend to ask us to do with this matter? I have a concern about the consideration of this matter right now, given the concerns that we have with the consultation process, and that we're certainly not ready to adopt this document at this board meeting, and it requires much further consultations, and I won't go into the reasons why. So can I just get clarity on how you tend to proceed with that matter, or I would have to come back and ask for its deletion? Thank you.
Thank you, Richard, and thank you for raising that. As for all agenda items that are put forward to the board, a decision is only made if the board is ready to have a decision on these items. This is an item that has been in the board work plan, and is one where, precisely to have gained further understanding of the board's expectations in terms of consultation and determination of what exhaustion of consensus mean, because we have not had further debates in this. This would be an opportunity for us to gather views, understand where the board is at with this document, and move on from there. Should the board not be ready to adopt this document, then that is not the expectation that we would be adopting it here, but at least progressing in the discussions. And if we find ourselves that we are in a position to adopt the document, then we would. But our expectations at this rate, as for any agenda, is that we would at least have the opportunity to discuss our views on this agenda item. Is that a sufficient clarification? Please come in, Richard.
Thank you. My preference is not to have this on the adoption of as part of the agenda, but I understand what you're telling us, and I want to just make it clear up front, but I'm not in a position to seek any consensus on this matter at this point in time, and I will raise my concerns, which are procedural mostly in nature, as well as some substantive when we come to that agenda item. But I want to make it clear that I will not be in a position to adopt this document right now, and would not be able to join consensus at this board meeting on the matter, but happy to proceed as you've described. Thank you.
Thank you, Richard, for that, for those comments. Do I take it that the board is ready to adopt the agenda? As we don't have it on the screen, but as proposed in the revised the Rev 1 of the agenda with the deletion of dates and venues? Kirsty, you have the floor.
Thanks very much, co-chairs, and thanks very much to the Government of Philippines for hosting us. Yes, I just wanted to be clear that I fully back the caveat that you have outlined, and to give us the possibility to discuss dates and venues, should that be needed, in the substantive course of conversation. Thank you.
Thank you, Kirsty. That is so noted. Then, hearing no objections, it is so decided. I will then hand over to my co-chair for agenda item 2B.
Thank you, Camilla. So let's move to agenda item 2B, the organization. Before we do that, Jan, please.
Thank you very much, and I will not keep long, and I didn't want to stand in the way of approving the agenda for our meeting, because it's important that we move ahead. I want to come to a point which was already discussed yesterday in the informal session, where we have an important consideration to make as regards the conflict of interest policy. We will be discussing in the work plan of the board, and hopefully we will arrive to agreeing the conflict of interest policy in the B10 meeting, if we agree so in the work plan. We believe that it is important to operationalize the provisions in our rules of procedure, which are not the full set of the conflict of interest policy. So we need to have it in place, especially at the moments where we would be taking decisions that potentially could be affected by such conflict of interest. So we will be ready for that discussion in the next meeting, but I would like to put on record of this meeting that I would like to request the co-chairs to look at how this can be operationalized when we consider the agenda, the agenda items of B10, in particular when it comes to considering potentially projects for approval from the BIM. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jan. So we take note of that statement. Could I then ask us to move to agenda item 2B, organization of work of the meeting. We will announce the day's schedule every morning, as we work towards several key deliverables in this meeting. We thank members and other participants for their flexibility, as we might have to adapt the schedule as needed, but we will do so obviously with full transparency ahead. Then can I move to agenda item 3? No. Kaisa, please.
Thank you very much to our co-chairs for preparing this meeting, and to the Secretariat, and to our host country, the Philippines. I just want to say that I fully support what Jan just raised on. We have this provision in the rules of procedure on conflict of interest that we can already now start implementing, so support to that. But what I wanted to come in on was that we received many of the documents ahead of this meeting very late. I think it was suitable to raise it at this meeting. I don't want to point fingers at anyone. I think we're all doing our best to prepare the meetings. But in order for us to make the best use of our time, these board meetings aren't free. They cost quite a lot to organize and take money from the projects that we can implement on the ground. I think it's important that we are fully prepared, that documents come in advance of the meetings, so that we have the best opportunities to have substantive and constructive discussions during the board meetings. So I just wanted that clearly said, and an encouragement to all of us to prepare better for the next board meeting and have documents more in advance. Thank you.
Thank you, Kaisa, and we also take note of that statement. Richard, please.
Thanks, Georg. Is it possible to just see the organization of work for the 3 days so we know? And I fully respect the co-chair's right to change the schedule of meetings, and we're not negotiating that. But given the fact that we do have to consult as constituencies, knowing what comes up the next day and the next day and how we see the agenda items being played out is actually quite useful for us to prepare for a meeting. It's not about... I mean, if you can just share a draft with us with a draft on it, and then we don't hold you to it's your decision on what comes every single day, but it's very useful to know what will happen tomorrow and the next day, and so we can get a sense of exactly what our schedule is. Thank you.
So thank you, Richard. Yeah. So we can do that. You already received our proposed schedule for the meeting today, but we're happy to provide you with a plan for the week. If you can just allow us to put that together, and then we'll share that with you as soon as we've done that. And as you've said, as usual, we will have to debrief and take stock after a day's meeting, and it might change, as I said, but we're happy to do that. Then, can we move to agenda item 3, report of the 8th meeting of the board? So I would then like to invite you to turn to that agenda item. You have before you the document FRLD B8/B8/20, report of the 8th meeting of the Board of the Fund for Responding to Loss and Damage. That report was circulated to the board on the 28th of June 2026. With this, could I take it that the board is ready to adopt the report? I see no objections, so the report of the 8th meeting is adopted as is adopted. With this, I now close this agenda item. Let's move to agenda item 4, report of the Secretariat, which has 3 sub-items. Sorry. A, the report on the activities of the Secretariat. B, the report on the execution of the administrative budget. And C, the report on the commitment authority. So items 4A and 4B, report on the activities of the Secretariat and the report on the execution of the administrative budget. Let's suggest that we take these together. You have before you the document FRLD/B9/2/Rev1, report on the activities of the Secretariat, which also contains in its annex the report on the execution of the administrative budget for the period from 1st of January to 30th of April 2026. I recall that at B7, the board approved the administrative budgets of the FRLD for 1st of January to 31st December 2026, decision B7/D1. And I would like to invite our Executive Director to present an update on the activities of the Secretariat, including progress on the implementation of its mandates and a report on the execution of the administrative budget. So I give the floor to you, Ibrahima.
Well, thank you very much, Georg, and a very good morning again. And since this is the first time I'm taking the floor in the formal board setting, appreciation and gratitude to the government of the Philippines for hosting us and for the warm welcome extended to us. The report I'm about to share with you covers the 27th of March until the 16th of June, and as indicated by the co-chair Georg, we'll start with telling you what we've done since last time that we met, and then walk you through how we execute the budget you've given us in light of our work plan as a Secretariat, and we'll come back to the Commitment Authority as Georg indicated. I'd like to spend some time on the BIM operationalization in terms of what we've done and how we did it, and obviously get some feedback from the board as well. We'll spend some time on the resource mobilization in terms of what we've done as guided by the board, and some time also in complementarity and coherence and the way we are building the capacity within the Secretariat in order to deliver as guided by the board. On the board, on the BIM optimization, there are a couple of things we wanted to report on. We started having that conversation earlier, and that is the BIM pipeline that we've been working on over the past couple of months, starting from COP30 when we launched the call for funding request in the presence of the former co-chairs, and what we've done in simplifying the guidelines in terms of reference and the templates, making it nimble and accessible to the countries. But in addition to that, also the fact that we're able to establish successfully the BIM delivery team, as we indicated to the board the last time that we met, and when at B7, when BIM delivery team was proposed to the board as a way of actually filling in a capacity gap as a secretariat. I am happy to report that the team not only is in place, but has played a remarkable role in helping us fill in the capacity gap, in assessing the requests that come from the countries, and they come from different parts of the world, but more importantly, they bring in an incredible wealth of expertise and capabilities to help us to really fill in the gaps. Now, that group also combined with a couple of other policies that we've been working on, which is extremely important in building a policy framework for the BIM. Let me just highlight some of them, and that is the direct access modality and risk management. Now, we're not leading that exercise because there was a group co-chaired by Jan and Richard, but I do believe that our role was sizable in a sense. We are supporting that group in preparing documents where necessary, but more importantly, also supporting them as they report to the board. To a certain degree, we believe we contribute at least in making sure we move that agenda and under the guidance of those two co-chairs. We've also worked in the assessment methodology, as you recall, an important policy document without which we can't actually do the work we've done and the pipeline, and that's the progress that was important because it's part of the toolbox that we need in order to proceed in conducting the work and the guidance of the board. I'm pleased that the oversight fee policy was presented to you at B8 and approved by the board, and the result management framework is obviously ongoing, which we will discuss at a later stage. So I think on the BIM, in addition to the pipeline and the framework, we've also been working in innovation that requires, in particular, the country support system as presented to the board. And we came prepared with all the enabling conditions required if the board wishes to actually launch the country support system here at B9. We, as the Secretariat, under my guidance, to whom this has been delegated to, we stand ready to implement the country support system, and that is also the progress that we made at the Secretariat in terms of the innovations. Now, in other areas where I believe we made some progress as well, let me start with the conversion of the pledges into actual funding, which the board has said time and time again, it's a priority for the Secretariat to make sure we continue to actually push that conversion. I'd like to give, obviously, tremendous credit to the World Bank trustee with whom we worked, particularly given the fact that the conversion will always lead to negotiating a contribution agreement, but the value addition of the Secretariat is reaching out to those who pledge and provide some updates on the progress that we made, and we believe to a certain degree has contributed an additional $30 million since last time that we met, but we'll talk to you about the commitment authority. You see how that additional resources feature into the overall resources available to the fund. Let me pause for a second and give a tremendous credit to 3 countries that have contributed 30 million, starting with Austria, Italy, Antonella being here, I want to recognize the support that you provided in guiding us as we speak to the government of Italy and then Wallon region as well. So I think this is the type of monitoring that we do at the Secretariat, whereby in every board meeting, we'd like to report back to the board in terms of the progress we're making in that conversion as well. With regard to on the policy front, when it comes to resource mobilization, we did take from B8 that the board wanted us to come back and provide some feedback on the punishment that led to us putting together the punishment background note, which will help get further the conversation of the punishment within the board, but something certainly that we stand ready from the board to see what needs to be revised and helping the board as we engage into the punishment process. The same also progress we made on the resource mobilization strategy. I recall at B8, the board did actually approve the two-step approach. So we actually spent a great deal of time and put together that stage one resource mobilization strategy, which we have presented to the board to our consultation. Obviously stand ready to get further guidance. What we do with the strategy in helping in the mobilization of additional resources as the board wishes to proceed. But that is a progress we made, particularly on documents which we believe will help in further those two areas where the board is obviously taking the lead and the role of the Secretary is the support. Now on complementarity and concurrence, as being part of the funding arrangement and being part of the UNFCCC kind of family, we've also leveraged that opportunity, that platform, as a Secretariat to actually engage. Now, one area where it has been extremely helpful is the fact that we're in the middle of the BIM, where the Secretariat was engaged in outreach and advocacy and expand to the countries, particularly the focal point in what the BIM has to offer. And it was quite intense because it happened a few months, actually the month where the deadlines for the BIM in June 15, so we leveraged that opportunity to make sure we reach out to the focal point. I want to give a tremendous credit and appreciation to our co-chair, Camila, who happened to be at the UNFCCC, working with our team and making sure both the board and the Secretary engage together and meeting with the focal point, meeting with G77 in China, but also meeting with other entities that are important in our line of work. Now, I am extremely delighted to report that the Global Climate Fund are actually coming together and working as a group. So we formed this group of the 5 heads of the climate funds. That is GCF, GEF, that's Adaptation Fund, and obviously us, but also the Climate Investment Funds. And the idea of those 5 working together is each of our board made it very clear they don't want to avoid duplications. They're fostering complementarity and coordinations. So 5 of us have decided to form this group and focusing on looking at co-financing opportunity, building synergies, knowledge sharing, but more importantly, knowing that we're all going to be getting into this replenishment process either at the same time or separately. It's important that we compare notes. Now, the way that group is organized, GCF is starting as the chair of the group. It's going to be a rotating chairmanship among the 5 funds, so we can all like to build, be part of the ownership of the group. But we do believe that it is certainly a group that can help us join our forces. I think we at FRD, in particular, benefit tremendously from the group, knowing that, for example, today our accreditation process is leveraging on the accreditation of GCF, GEF, and Adaptation Fund. Last but not least, we did hear loud and clear from the board that we need to work closely with Santiago Network and have engaged with them, obviously, as indicated earlier in the previous conversation about how we're working with them, particularly given the fact that if the board stand ready to launch the country support system, there's some synergies we can build at that level. And the other thing I want to brief the board in how we are building our capacity as a Secretariat, it is certainly an understatement to indicate that it is really important that the Secretariat really anticipate on the capacity we need to have in place in order to support the work plan of the board. So a couple of updates. We're still aiming to get to 23 staff by the end of 2026. As of today, we've onboarded 12. There is 10 we are recruiting right now, and there's one active to be launched. Now, I am mindful, despite the incredible support of the World Bank, this recruitment, they do take time, but I want to recognize the bank has been extremely helpful in making sure we expedite this recruitment, knowing that without the capacity of the Secretary, obviously we can't deliver on behalf of the board. But nevertheless, it is going well, and we hope by the end of 2026 we can get to those 23 people all on board. Now, we are mindful, obviously, the board is very sensitive about not having huge overhead within the Secretariat. And let me confirm again, our intention is not to build a huge Secretariat, but rather build a Secretariat that's actually efficient and deliver on behalf of the board, and that's the intention and that's the vision. I am happy to report, finally, after a year and a half of being in a temporary office in Washington, we finally have actually now our headquarters of FID Secretariat in Washington, making it possible to bring the whole team together in one roof so we can at least have better coordination within the Secretariat. Again, tremendous appreciation to the bank for the support that they provided in making sure that the office is in place. I can't take all the credit because the Deputy ED was to my right, has led and coordinated the whole effort and making sure we have a home. So, Mattel, thank you for the work you've done in making sure that is actually possible. The other thing I want to just report is that we've been quite busy engaging with the different stakeholders across not only the developing world, but also the developed world. And that is something that I lead in particular as an ED in making sure we reach out to different countries, different regions, whether it's the COP21 presidency, whether it's some of the development bank, whether the UN Secretary General's office, all of them, all part of our overall engagement as a Secretariat. Now, obviously, we're doing this within the guidance of the board and making sure our travel costs is actually under control, so we don't actually spend a lot of time actually on the road. Now, some of this engagement are done virtually, and that is also our way of making sure that we don't like to spend too much time being in the road. And obviously, all of this has to be combined with the fact that moving from board meeting to board meeting, obviously, it is important we stay put at the Secretariat to help the board and prepare for the board meetings. Kaisha, I want to use this opportunity, obviously, to apologize. The fact that these documents are not to you on time is does not the lack of goodwill at the Secretariat. It just turns out to be when you got 3 board meetings annually and they move from back to back, it is quite challenging for us to meet this deadline. But we'll try to the best ability under the guidance of the co-chair to make sure you get these documents on time. And that is the intention, and that's the aspiration as a Secretariat. I wanted to also underscore on the observers matters. You will consider those policies in this board with the hope they will be approved so we can proceed. What is not there on the slide is the fact that the Secretary is also engaging with the observers kind of separately. We actually have this monthly event with the observers, and that's an opportunity for us to hear their perspective with the hope that that perspective will be shared with the board as you get into the board meetings. So that is where we stand on what we've done in the few months since last time we met. But let me just very quickly say a few words, some of the lessons that actually emerged for the past couple of months as far as the Secretary is concerned. I think number one, obviously, is the human capacity of the Secretariat, without which we can't deliver. But looking at where we came from and where we are today, I think we made some progress. But certainly, Matilda and I are going to continue to make sure we accelerate some of this recruitment so that we can deliver. But looking at the board's work program and the way some new deliverables are coming out from the board in every board meeting, that shows that we need to be ahead of ourselves, ahead of the board, and making sure we provide the capability. But I just also want to underscore the commitment that I made to the board about a year and a half ago when I took this job, is the diversity within the board, the gender balance in the team, but also the level of expertise coming from different parts of the world. So the secretary we have today is a reflection of the commitment that I made to the board a year and a half ago. On the complementarity and currents, this is something certainly as an emerging lesson. It's not necessarily even from the funds, but even the countries themselves. As we engage with the countries, I hear this time and time again from the countries and say, well, you need to get your act together as common fund to work together so we can avoid duplications and on the guards. And a particular country in the Caribbean, they will remain nameless, did indicate to us the frustration that they feel, and sometimes some of the clients' funds don't talk to each other, and in the end, it leads to some duplications as well. But that's a lesson that the funds have taken into account, and hence the group that we form, and I believe that group will help us to make sure we avoid those duplications as well. It is important that we learn from the past 6 months since we also launched the call for funding request for the BIM. One thing is to launch the call for funding request, but what happened behind the scene in terms of the engagement, talking to countries, understanding the expectation of the board, the guidelines and so on, that is extremely important. And one example I want to highlight, for example, in the Caribbean, we did work with the Caribbean Development Bank in organizing a workshop on the ground. It made a tremendous impact on the pipeline. If you recall, at B8, we only presented to you 10 funding requests. At B9, we talked about 176. That jump came mostly because we engaged with the countries. And last but not least, it is important in the past 6 months, we continue to renew that transparency and inclusiveness with the observers, because it's really important that they trust that the process is such that what come out of our consultation with the observers is like to share with the board, so the board at least can benefit from the perspective and the voices of observers. So Georg, through you, I'm going to now invite Mathilde to walk you through how we executed the budget that you've given to us in light of the work plan that we present to the board.
Thank you, Ibrahima. Dear members of the board, good morning. It's a pleasure to sit in front of you to participate in this session, and specifically today in presenting the report on the execution of the administrative budget. I'll be brief. The report presents the execution of the 2026 administrative budget, covering the board, Secretariat, interim trustee, and contingency budget as at April 30, 2026. The report has been reviewed and endorsed by the budget committees. Expenditures are reported on a modified cash basis, meaning costs are recording when payments are made rather than when commitments are entered into. As a result, some expenditures related to 2025 activities are reflected in this report. Expenditure as at April 30 totaled $3.3 million. The board budget execution stands at $0.5 million, primarily reflecting travel support for funded board members and advisors attending B8. For B8, the report states that we had extraordinary commitments for venue and logistic. If added, that takes the venue and logistic would amount to $366,000. It will be shown in the subsequent report when it will be paid. The venue and logistic costs were consulted with the budget committee. Secretariat budget execution stands at $2.5 million, reflecting continued institutional build-out, staffing, consultant support, technical missions, board preparation, and other operational activities. As Ibrahima said earlier, the Secretariat is actively working on its staffing with 12 staff already onboarded and 10 ongoing recruitment, which is taking a lot of the staff time to handle this recruitment adequately. Interim trustee expenditure is reported at 33% of its annual budget based on a pro rata allocation of approved annual budget. There are no expenditures or commitments under the contingency budget. This table, I'll be very brief, shows the budget versus actual at summary level. The total approved 2026 administrative budget amount to $13.5 million US. Expenditure, as I said, at April 30 stand at 3.3, therefore representing 25% of the annual budget. Of this amount, the board expenditure is 0.5 million against the budget of 1.6, so therefore we stand at 30% budget execution for the board. The Secretariat expenditure stands at 24% of budget execution, and interim trustee, as already said, 33%. And I'll stop there, and if needed, we have the detailed table for each part of these administrative budgets. Thank you.
So with that, thanks Ibrahima, and thanks Mathilde for that comprehensive report, certainly showing the immense amount of activities that the Secretariat has engaged in the last few months. And congratulations on your move to the permanent offices and your home in Washington. And sure, I'm speaking on behalf of all of us that we look forward to any occasion to visit the Secretariat there. With that, if the board has any comments or questions to this report, the floor is now open. Richard, please.
Thanks, Georg, and thank you to the Secretariat for that presentation and also for the report and the depth of the work that's been undertaken, Ibrahim, under your leadership and that of the Secretariat. So from this board seat, we want to express our gratitude to the Secretariat colleagues for all the work that they've done in the period since the last board meeting, and in particular to point out the work that I think is lost in here, the work particularly around the BIM and the very detailed work that's gone into that. So with a lot of gratitude to the Secretary. I just have one or two questions. One is on this, the Multilateral Climate Funds Organizing Group. Is it possible at some stage to request an annual report from you on what's going on in those activities? And a number of us actually sit on multiple boards with multiple funds, and again, the experience that we have from the other funds is there's not a lot of transparency in that process. And when I talk about transparency, that's an operational body that's meant to discuss cooperation amongst the funds. That's not our business, right? Our business is to give you direction and understand that, but we're not getting back from that process what is happening. I'm very particularly interested in what you said is a discussion on one of the topics, which is co-financing amongst the funds. I think this is part of our mandate, or at least how I see the mandate in the Annex 2 to the governing instrument, the COP-CMA decision on the funding arrangements. I'd be very interested in hearing what the outcome of your deliberations are with the Adaptation Fund and the GCF on how if countries request it, how are you thinking about joint proposals across the funds to maximize the systems so that you could have an FRLD component, an adaptation fund component, or a GCF component, not necessarily all three, but one or two of them, and how that would actually work, and whether your discussions are giving us any insights as a board that we can consider, and also then gives us something to go back to our colleagues on those other boards and have a discussion with them. So while I understand the purpose of that body is much more collaboration between the heads of the secretariats, and we fully understand that operational priorities and perspectives, but I think it would just be nice for us to get a reflection, and maybe once a year you could just give us a reflection, maybe, I don't know, once we adopt the complementarity and coherence work stream or policy or whatever it's intended, I think it'd be 10. We could then consider that as part of that you give us regular updates on what's happening, so that we're not in step or out of step with that's what's going on there. And then I had a question on the execution of the budgets, and that was maybe just if someone can remind me why it is that we have in the budgets a very clear line item for the trustee, and we don't say World Bank hosting costs, and we just refer to that as indirect costs. I think it would be more useful if we actually state what that is. I mean, I know there is a small Roman numeral A stating this is World Bank indirect costs and the money of that, but I don't recall why at this point in time. So maybe you can remind me why we did that rather than just say Secretariat hosting cost, right? And then also whether or not it's possible to get a more detailed breakdown of what those costs are, just because I think we're hearing from colleagues emphasis on management of expenditure administratively, so it would be useful to know just what it is for a transparency point of view. And then I have one question on the, but I'll come to that once you address the issue of the commitment authority, but thank you very much.
Thank you. Richard, I think we should just collect a few more comments and questions and then turn back to the Secretariat. I have Kais on this.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the report. I think it was very well formulated. I appreciate that it's a brief report that still has a lot of detail and motivations in it. So thank you for both your presentation now, but also for doing such a good report. I do think the Secretariat continues to impress with the people that you employ. I think meeting colleagues from the Secretariat here during board meetings and during the intersessional work, you're apparently very good at recruiting very highly competent people. So thank you for that. I do have some comments on the report, and the main comment is around the coherence and complementarity. Richard already spoke to this collaboration with other climate funds. You also now spoke to your collaboration with the Santiago Network and the WIM-EXCOM. And I think it's excellent that you do have a close collaboration with all of those bodies, given how highly related their work is to ours. I think it's important that that collaboration goes beyond attending each other's events or participating in each other's meetings, but that you actually focus on operational things. How can you work together when it comes to implementation, when it comes to the different criteria that we put up, or the different templates we use, or the results measurements we do? And I know that there are work going on in that area, but just to signal to you that I think that work should really focus to the operational parts of it. But even more so, and perhaps as even stronger points on the coherence and complementarity, is that I think this fund should not only focus on collaborating with those entities, the kind of closest climate entities, because our relations to the humanitarian sector, the disaster risk reduction sector, or to the broader development sector is also very clear, and we have a very clear mandate on filling priority gaps and working with the funding arrangements at large. So in future reports, I think also elements of that would be very interesting to have in that section of the report, to hear more about how you collaborate with those entities. And then I also, when reading through the report, I think it's clear that the Secretariat is doing a lot of good work, but I think it's always a question of priority, what the Secretariat is focusing on at this point in time. And I do think I get the impression a little bit from reading the report that a lot of work is going around and explaining what the fund is all about, and working on kind of outreach and involvement on the fund, which I think is good. But I do think it needs to be balanced with also being able to prepare for the board meetings, being able to deliver on the BIM and developing the technical work that is needed of this fund. So also an encouragement to you to focus the attention and the time, and perhaps even more so going forward for the fund now, on being able to set us up to take good decisions on funding requests going forward and other important matters. And then when it comes to the budget, I think that point kind of ties to that as well, that making sure, and I think you send a really clear signal now that you have it on the top of your mind to keep the overhead costs low for this fund and really try to prioritize resources for the actual funding requests. And I think that's highly important, and really being mindful of travel, and I think that goes to all of us. Mindful of meeting costs, travel costs. And in that regard, I note that the budget for our last meeting, if I understand correctly, it has an increase with 184% on ICT costs. And I was wondering, how is that? How come? And what will we do to avoid that happening for future board meetings? What lessons have you drawn from that? Thank you.
Thank you, Kajsa. Then I have Walter, please.
Thank you, Georg. And being the first time that we take floor, just to express our of course, gratitude for the Philippines, for hosting us, as well as for you and Camila, all our supporters. It is representing Argentina, Brazil, Uruguay, and Ecuador. And of course, to thank the ED for the report and for all the members of the Secretariat for all the activities that are reflected there regarding the progress in the implementation of the mandates. Among those activities, we acknowledge that several of them are related to mandates that include progressive implementation until the next session of the board, or even until 2027. However, there are documents, as Kajsa mentioned, that are mentioned in the report that, as if they were already been distributed, and 23 to be more precise, and yet some of them we received them the day before yesterday, or even today. So that of course is not sufficient time for proper preparation and consideration by the members of this board. So just to stress that point once again, join Kajsa on that. And somehow, in any case, in the report, they do picture a different reality of what we have in terms of the preparedness of the documents. Another topic that is very important for my seat is related to the regional balance in the organizational structure of the Secretariat. If you recall, in the last session, when the report was presented, in the presentation was a reference to the regional representation of resulting from the recruitment processes. In that moment, unfortunately, the Latin American and Caribbean region was not represented among the new permanent staff recruited. We raised the point, and it was offered to that such gap was going to be corrected. So we would like to have any update information in that regard, and the average of such representation, if possible. On the activities to support the board-led resource mobilization efforts, first of all, we joined you in thanking Antonella, through Antonella for Italy signing. I will add my neighbor Wolfgang for thanking Austria as well, but we would like to have from you any additional information regarding the engagement with relevant authorities of the two pledges that are still pending, including Luxembourg and the EU. If you can share with us any engagement with relevant authorities, because in our view, to even have the beginning, the conversation of resource mobilization should be, the minimum is to have to be updated, up to date in the pledges that were presented before. On engagement and outreach, we welcome your presence that reflected in the report at the high-level meetings in 4 Caribbean countries, and we encourage you to consider visiting as well other Latin American countries and sub-regions that are also particularly vulnerable to the adverse effects of climate change. And if possible, or to have information about the that you mentioned in the last session about the organization of regional events. So maybe if you can share any update information on that, and our suggestion will be to have those either in person or hybrid events, so that to facilitate the participation and a stronger engagement from our region. On the engagement with national focal points, similarly, following up the comments we made in the last session, we would like to know if you have any updated figures on the number of NFPs of Latin America and the Caribbean, and while waiting for that information, we reiterate our commitment to support any efforts to increase that engagement from our countries. Finally, on the other specific elements, on the complementarity, we join Richard's and Kai's comments as well. On authorization of the BEAM, participation of our service will comment on the respective agenda items. Now, moving to the execution of the administrative budget. Merci, Mathilde, for the report. And our first comment or question is in relation to the period of time covered in the report. The fee shows that it goes from 1st January to April 30th, 2026. However, when we look at the additional budget or the commitment of authority, it goes to May. Now we're in July, so I don't know if ideally at some point this report could cover at least a time that is closer to the moment that we are meeting. For the moment, the question will be, and just to confirm, if for the next session, the covered time of the execution of that budget report will be from, we assume that it will be from 1st May to August 31st, and then the next one will be for the last 4 months of September until December. But again, that's the suggestion that LDO will be in our view should cover closer to where we are meeting, to the time we're meeting. Another question is related to the information included in para 19B of the report regarding the engagement of consultants on a short-term needs basis. In that para there is a reference to the inclusion of an editor to support the preparation of quality assurance of board documentation. There, the question is related to the preparedness of documents. If the function includes the preparation of meeting reports and compendiums before, during, and after the board meetings, in our view, this doesn't really seem like a short-term need, but rather a permanent one. So we ask ourselves if those consultants are engaged or hired for on the short-term needs basis, and yet they are to prepare reports, compendiums before, during, and after the board meetings. It doesn't match to us, so we'd like to have a clarification in that regard. Similarly, in that same paragraph, there is a mention to the engagement of a consultant to support the coordination of travel arrangements for board and attending members and outside advisors, which also seem like a permanent need, not a short-term need. So similar question, and also if you can clarify, because at least from the exchanges that we have of emails, for the travel arrangements before each travel, in a view is with the travel agency from the World Bank. Please correct me if I'm wrong. I'm just asking, but looking at the emails addresses, it seems like that. So I don't know if this how this coincides with the engagement of a consultant to support the coordination of travel arrangements. So those comments for the moment, and again to thank, of course, for the report. Thank you.
Thank you. Walter? Then I have Jan. Jan, please.
Thank you, Georg, and thank you, Ibrahima and Mathilde, for presenting the report of the Secretariat. I join others in congratulations on your work, on the growth of the Secretariat, and on thanking you for the work that you've been doing overall and in support of the board's operation. Good to see that you are clearly progressing with filling the staffing of the permanent staff of the Secretariat. We would still like to understand, because of course you are engaging a number of consultants and consultancy firms in support of the Secretariat staff work. So to have that complete picture, what is the full capacity, because that also helps us understand when we come to the discussions later this week, what is the capacity in the Secretariat to deliver on the different tasks that either come from decisions of this board or from the BIM pipeline. And recalling, and I know that this is a problem that is recurrent, that we would like to get the documents early in advance. There are best efforts on all sides, but I would like to highlight especially one moment which puts us in a challenging situation where basically we get the full pipeline of the BIM proposals at the moment that we start our deliberations here, and there basically we need to reflect what it means. And I know this is a unique exercise that has been taken, but I think it well demonstrates the importance of where we meet as the board, that we can take the informed decisions, and we have the opportunity to discuss the consequences of what we are about to decide. And likewise, Ibrahima and colleagues, I would encourage you to inform when we discuss the different tasks to the Secretariat, to show the mirror to us, also to say this is what we can do, this is what goes beyond our capacity, this can be delivered at this point of time, this is not realistic, because that's an important undertaking that will help you to deliver, and that will help us to know that when we commit to something that we can actually do it. And again, another good demonstration of this is when we are looking at our work plan, where we have to scale down the ambition of where we want it to be with some of the items, because simply it's not realistic. I noted the question from Walter about the pledges to contributions, and since you mentioned the EU contribution, I'll let the Secretariat to speak for their side, but I can assure you that we are not sitting on our hands. We are putting the pieces of the puzzle together, and we hope that, including with what we are discussing here in our meeting, we can make the next step on that. So that's definitely ongoing. Thank you.
Thank you, Jan. Then I have David.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much, Ibrahim. And just to echo the appreciation to your team and the work that you are doing to make the Secretariat operating and in making things work. As others have said, there's tremendous improvement in what we are seeing, and we can only encourage you to continue with those efforts, and even greater. I just want to mention two things. I think there is this initiative around the champions. We'll be happy to hear more about that. I can imagine this is connected to the high-level, dialogue, or high-level, support. I think what was foreseen was that we'll have the champions to help with engagement at that level. We see, of course, the engagement in different forums and different groups, which is important. But in my view, I would like to see you pictures of you meeting ministers, the president of the EU, meeting President Donald Trump. I think if you sent me a picture with that, that I think will tell me that we are dealing with a problem with the level that is expected, because the nature of our challenge is that this is a big problem, and the expectations are that this will require high-level engagement, and that's why we have the Annex 2 of the governing instrument, and that's why the issue of arrangements was put there, and that's why we have the high-level dialogue, and that's why the UN Secretary General is involved. Yeah, but I don't think we are there. We see, of course, engaging at various levels, but personally, I would like you to elevate the engagement to a place where we match the what we would like to see happening in the fund. I'm sure you will talk to us about the BIM and request for support, but that's exactly why we need to elevate our engagement. I think it must be focused, and we must aim at adding value to the work of the fund. I think this is the point I wanted to emphasize in what you have shared with us, that for me, the advocacy, it must be taken to the level where the fund will meet its objectives, and we reduce the gap as much as possible in the resources that are needed for us to solve the problem. Thank you.
Thank you, David. And I'm sure you want to see much more than the pictures of Ibrahima and leaders and high-level representatives, but your point is well taken as far as the need for high-level engagement and advocacy. Then I was going to say I had the last one on the list, but I have other flags. But first to Ali, please.
Thank you, Chair, and I want to join my colleagues in thanking the Secretariat. We share the same perception of delayed documentation, but this is a very large rainfall of documents that we have been receiving last few days, and then revised documents again. It adds to some degree of confusion. And so appreciation is there for the hard work, but it needs a little bit of tweaking for us going forward. Now, having said that, there's also some agenda items that are very similar to each other, are somewhat fragmented, and if two documents are not read together, they result in some degree of confusion. I'm very impressed to see the very crisp expense report, and that shows 25-30% of expenditures so far. And I do realize it's a work in progress, and as the invoices come and the accounts are consolidated, the amounts will change. But having said that, it shows very solid conformity with the budget, so to speak. But then in the next agenda item, 6, when we discuss the request for budget, there's a request for a very substantial increase of 32%. And that 32% increase includes 32% increase in the Secretariat expenditures alone, and then a similar increase in the budget expenditures, even if our meetings, number of meetings would be the same for the board. Now that is a very big jump in expenditures compared to this report that we're looking at. And then here I noticed that the contingency was 0, and in the next one there is a 280% increase. And that is a very big sum. It will probably, I'll appreciate some breakdown of contingency to that magnitude. It adds to my confusion also because then the trustees' report has used a different cutoff date, and you have used different cutoff date, and thereby between 30th of April of your cutoff date and their 31st of May as their cutoff date, or the other way around, there's a difference of a month, and the result is inconsistency of figures. And if a board member is reading two documents, it can add to confusion or inconsistency in conclusion. So the challenge is that in going forward in the next board meeting, probably club these items together, use same cutoff dates for the data generation between you and the trustees and your interim report and your next year's request to have some uniform figures. But for now, my question is very large increase in contingency to the tune of 280% is something that is very large for me to comprehend without some detailed explanation moving from 0. Why it was 0 here and why it's 280% there. Thank you.
Thank you, Ali. And then lastly, Kamal, please.
Thank you, co-chair, and let me first again express my gratitude and thanks for the hospitality of by the government of the Philippines hosting us here and taking care of us with a very high level hospitality. And I would like also to thank in particular my friend Londo for all what he's doing here and around hosting us. I would like also to thank the Secretariat for the report and for the engagement and the efforts they are doing. It's a huge effort with a small team, with all what you have trying. The first year there was different secretariats working together to help us having these board meetings. Now you are the Secretariat, and we are very pleased to having you. And thank you for the report. I may have just one remark and maybe a comment for you and for the co-chairs. But the first one will be on the key lessons that you are summarizing at mostly the end of the report. Among the key lessons, there is the engagement with SNLD and the EXCOM, WIM EXCOM. In the governing instrument, there is a clear mentioning of loss and damage planning, and there was also in a decision, and I think that from the loss and damage Santiago network, there is also something on this. Is there any engagement or any action that has been done with regard to loss and damage planning between you, the Santiago network, and the WIM EXCOM, since this such kind of planning tool or planning instrument can be very useful for the process and for the countries, and it will help a lot, in particular with regard to the complementarity and coherence issue through the three bodies. The second element as well on the lessons, key lessons, is about the engagement with national focal points. We know that we are in the beginning, in the starting. We are now having the CSS, the country support system. How do you expect to get more and better engaged with NFPs to make the process working better? Lastly, in paragraphs 17 and 18, you mentioned that the Secretariat prepared 2 documents for the co-chair's consideration, and I think that for these 2 documents, one on the replenishment and the other on the resource mobilization strategy, since there is an agenda item for this board meeting, and just to not to most of the time saying that we are receiving documents late and maybe pointing out the Secretariat, but in this case, in your report, you already produced these 2 drafts, and these 2 drafts has been shared with the co-chairs, means that you already did your part of the job. Then I will be very pleased to see when can we get access to these 2 documents, in particular if we will have to discuss the item and try to conclude something on the replenishment and resource mobilization strategy. I thank you.
Thank you, Kamal. And just before I hand back to the Secretariat on those 2 last, or the last comment, one, the draft. The document on the replenishment has been shared, so you all should have received that. The draft on the resource mobilization strategy has been consulted on, and we will get back to that when we get to that point on our agenda. You have received a lot of very good comments, and thank you for the board to the board for that. And I'm sure the Secretariat has taken notes of those comments. But you also received a few questions for clarification. So I'll hand back to the Secretariat so you can respond to that, please.
Well, thank you, Georg, and thank you, members of the board, for the questions, the comment, and the appreciation of the work of the Secretariat. My colleagues who are standing behind us certainly highly appreciate the recognition that we're making progress at the Secretariat to deliver in meeting the expectation of the board. Just a couple of feedback. Richard, indeed, I did not want to brag too much about the work of the BIM delivery team, but I do recognize the contribution to getting us to where we are today. We didn't just get to 176 funding requests by accident. We got there just because there are people who work tirelessly under the leadership of our program managers to deliver what we have. And it's just the beginning of a journey, and as we get to a fund highly capitalized, it's certain that role will grow over time. With regard to the 5 climate funds working together at this stage, it is certainly not a board-driven exercise. It's more the Secretariat will recognize. We're all struggling with the same questions. How do we do effective capacity building? How do you report on result? How do we do programming better? How do we make sure that readiness programs work for the countries? How do we engage with the countries? And those are some of the concerns that we have. We felt it makes perfect sense for us to come together to continue our reflections at that level. And how do we also make sure in the world we live in, where climate change is quite challenging in terms of visibility, how do we make sure the work that we do and our mandates is actually visible where necessary? And that's why we've decided together at the next COP21, we'll have a joint event. And the idea is for us to come and talk to the world about what we do and the relevancy to the countries. So I just want to make it absolutely clear, it's not a board-driven, and it's really driven by the Secretariat, and it's done in a way that each of the funds will likely own the process. It's a rotating chairmanship. I think we're slotted at 2030 as far as because we're the new kids at the block, simply because we're still growing as a startup, and that's really quite helpful to the group. Keisha, with regard to your questions, indeed, our coherence and complementarity is not just limited to the global funds. We're also talking to other players. They're not listed here, but if they are actually relevant in furthering the work of the Secretariat, we're building a relationship and collaboration with other entities. All that guided by the mission and the mandates of the fund, and certainly if the board is interested in for us to report on the other entities that we are talking to. We'll be happy to report on that in the future report of the Secretariat, just to show that it's actually more comprehensive what I just indicated earlier. With regard to your question, how do we set our priorities? Our two co-chairs, on the weekly basis, we actually have coordination meetings. Once the board is finished and we have decision text, our job starts from there. And I think with our co-chairs on a weekly basis, we'll go through the priorities, not only in preparing for the board, but also delivering on what the board expects us to do. So there's a lot of work that goes behind the scene for us to come to this board meeting and be prepared. But I can tell you for now, our focus is delivering on the BIM, mobilizing resources, building the capacity that we can deliver. And this is not something that I created out of the blue, but obviously it's done because we want to be aligned with what the board wants to be. Now, on the engagement, I just wanted to sort of comfort you. It's been an evolving process. And about a few months ago, most of our engagement was about talking about what the fund does, what's the mandate, what the aspiration of the fund. As the call for funding request has been launched, it has evolved to explain what the BIM offers to the countries. So it's really trying to make sure we have an engagement that adds value to where the fund is going. So we've done that with obviously the guidance of the co-chair, but more importantly, in making sure it's not a one-size-fits-all because each region has different needs. We do also a lot of leveraging. We don't just go to this event and do one event and sort of go back to our headquarters. So if you go to the SPs in Bonn, if you go to other conferences like the Climate Week in London, we engage with the countries, engage with other entities. Just to give an example, I was recently at the Berlin Climate Mobility Fund. I spent a lot of time with the president of Marshall Island, the president of Palau, and David. I do engage with some of the heads of states. But more importantly, we do it in a way that we really listen and then understand their challenges, and hopefully that listening will help us to bring back to the board in deepening our knowledge and understanding the countries, and that's where we see our engagement. So it's not just to deliver on the BIM, but we at the Secretariat are still learning, and that those engagement help us to really deepen our knowledge of those countries. I will ask Matilda at some point to come back to the ITC lesson that we learned at B8, but I can tell you that it is the challenge that we're dealing with. On Walter, with regard to your questions, and this is a challenge, I'm going to be absolutely honest with you. We're being assessed by the World Bank in recruiting our staff. So when we put a position out there for recruitment, we can only deal with what comes out from the market, meaning coming from the people who work who apply. One thing that I do systematically as the ED in making sure in our short list there's a balance in terms of nationalities and background and so on, so that we have a secretariat that reflects the diversity that I spoke about a year and a half ago. And I like to believe that we're not doing badly. Well, we have about 15 nationalities within the secretariat with a gender balance that goes more 80% compared to actually women compared to what you have in other institutions. And we will continue to work in making sure we have the diversity, including making sure we have people from Latin America, and that is something certainly we are committed to, and that's something that hopefully as we grow and recruit our staff, then the profile of the secretary will evolve. But your point is well taken, and with the hope that every single time we have a position, I reach out to the board members and make sure you spread the word in your region. We can only hire people who applied. So, and that's very important that we leverage the board and get information where necessary. With regard to your questions in terms of outreach in your region, we did actually have a virtual outreach program initiative on the BIM. And this is in reaction to your suggestion and the recommendation we reach out to the region, and we'll continue to do that. Let us know if there's an event in the region that you think we should be there and explain what the BIM is about. Obviously, we are takers. I've been informed by the team out of the national focal point, 18 of them come from Latin America. And if you want us to give you a breakdown, we'll be happy to provide you the details as well. Now, on the consultant versus full staff, and Mathilde will come back to it. But what I can say, we don't actually distinguish the two, because for us, we talk about expertise of the Secretariat to deliver. Now, consultant and full-time is just how they get hired, but the reality is we want to make sure at least the people we bring in on board are able to help the board in delivering. And Jan, thank you very much for recognizing that it is important as we put together a work plan of the board, just be mindful that we have actually limited staff. And I think the co-chairs and their guidance where we need to kind of push back a little bit will at least make sure that we don't have unlimited staff, but we have to deliver, but also deliver quality work, and it's really very important. But nevertheless, I hope, Jan, you remember that when we talk about the additional budget of the Secretariat, because the purpose of that additional budget is make sure we at least get the resources needed to deliver and have the team that we need. Walter, in regard to engaging with our contributors, we engage with all of them. As of today, there are like 28 contributors. And I believe 20, if I'm not mistaken, 22 or 25 or 23 have already signed a contribution agreement. And most of them have begun to actually release their contributions. So what we do in collaboration, obviously, with the Trust Fund Department is to provide update on the progress of the fund, how we're doing, where we're going, so they have visibility. And we do believe that kind of engagement can be extremely helpful in the contributors and at least be able to release their contributions. And connecting that to Kaisha, we are mindful, we actually do not have time to travel that much at the Secretariat, because with the minute we leave this board, when we go back to our office, prepare for the next board. So just to reassure you that, yes, the overhead concern, it's something that we take seriously, but the traveling certainly takes a big toll on our families, so it's not something that we enjoy actually doing, but we travel only where necessary. I think we've covered pretty much all the questions that came from the floor. And Georg, your questions, David, about champions. We actually get different type of champions. If you look at, for example, Philippines, the biggest champion of the fund is the president. Every time that he goes to the COP, to UNGA, he always talks about the need to capitalize the fund. I can't think of a better champion than the president of the Philippines, and it's been very consistent in doing that. And we do not actually need to be involved because he recognizes that that's something he can add value to. The Secretary General of the UN, I was recently in London, at London Climate Week, in his speech, almost about 2-3 minutes of his speech was about capitalizing FRLD and GCF. That's also another type of champion. I think what will happen as we get to a replenishment or pledging conference, that champions will actually evolve something different. For example, I spoke to some of the countries who are the beneficiaries, the president of Marshall Islands and Palau, and they said to us, tell us what you need. If you need to convey the message about the sense of urgency, the need to capitalize the fund, as the beneficiary countries, we'll be happy to be the champion. So hopefully that will be now, so we will eventually, if you go to these pledging sessions, we may have a permanent champion who's going to convey the message how this fund needs to be capitalized. Hopefully we'll do so. Now, I refrain from commenting on your question about taking pictures with some heads of states that you mentioned, but that's a separate conversation, David, you and I will have. But I think what is also important to just underscore, the outreach and the advocacy of the fund is not just the executive director. It's the deputy executive director, it's the program managers, it's all the staff. They travel, they engage, and I really wanted to convey to the rest of the world, it's an institutional engagement, it's not a personal engagement. And I think that's where we want to be, and through you, I will just then ask Mathilde to take up some of the questions related to the budget. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ibrahima, and thank you very much all first for your word of support as well on the work of the Secretariat, despite the progress that we can still make and that we indeed acknowledge. But we are working hard to make this progress, and I can see that you recognize this as well. It's very important for us and for the team. Answering some of the questions, notably starting with you, your question, Richard, with regard to how we account for the budget for the trustee and for the host. So the trustee services are completely different from the services provided by the World Bank as host institution. They are budgeted and reported separately, and notably because the expenditures, the cost recovery mechanism that we have with the host relates to our own expenditures and to the board expenditure. So they have to be reported as per this administrative budget. And they, as the World Bank has had already the opportunity to inform the board, they cover notably IT, HR, office space, everything that we need to be able to work in a nice and safe place. So this is one. On IT, Cassia, so yes, indeed, these were extraordinary expenditures. The lessons that we get is that we need to beef up our capacity to manage properly and adequately matters related to IT, which are an important and complex part of the organizations of these boards, given the requirements to do it adequately and notably up to a level which can be live streamed and shown to the world. We will progress. We will better anticipate also on this. We had in this instance to fly in some material from Germany, and it ended up as a cost higher than we had anticipated in our initial budget allocation. And indeed, it's really lessons learned and things that we will need to progress on, especially from board sessions which are not hosted within the Philippines. Walter, with regard to your questions on timing of publication and the dates of the dates that we're using for the expenditures that we are reporting on, just to explain also that the process, after we have the closure of the months, then we need to prepare the report, then it goes through several BC committee meetings, and then it has to be published 21 days before the board, and on this we were on time. And so despite having had to have several budget committees, because the work plan of the budget committee is also important, and therefore we cannot do differently. We have to follow these dates. And yes, indeed, we will report in the next board as closely as possible to the next dates of the board will be, and you will have a presentation of the full expenditure of the year at the first board of the subsequent year, as we did during the last board meeting. A comment also, and thank you, because you've shed light on two functions which are very important for the organization of the board, and it's an opportunity for me to thank them. The editor function and the role of the travel support that you have are roles that we have in our secretariat, and in addition to Amex, for instance, to the travel agency, we have a staff which is really supporting the board members for the various aspects that you need support on when you travel to the board. And we also have very important editorial work, and we are actually expanding the number of editor to be able to for the edition and the sending of the document to be more fluid and more rapid, also because it's part of sometimes of the reason of some of the late publication date, especially in crunch time during board session. But these are functions that we are using as external consultant, notably because they are very much board related, and you have various workloads during the course of the year, and therefore they are not necessarily required all as full time, which is also a link with Jan's question on the list of consultants that we have and the number of consultants that we have. You know that they play different roles. Some, and the largest number, are part notably of the BIM delivery team, and we intend to have the same type of support for the country support system. We also have additional support, as reported to in the report, for various technical matters which require expertise, and as much as possible when it's roles that need to be built into the Secretariat workforce little by little. This is why we are recruiting, and this is why we are asking for capacity to continue staffing up the Secretariat. Maybe there was a last question. On Ali, the point taken on the comments, notably on the additional budget request. I guess we will come back on this point during the discussion of this agenda item, and we'll be able to explain the rationale behind the increase of the contingencies, which have been again discussed with the budget committee. And just to highlight, we have the same date from the trustee report, and which has been published, and the report on the commitment authority, but it's a different date than the one of the execution of our budget, because these are different processes, but happy to clarify this further if needed. And I'll end with maybe a little bit more very rapidly on the complementarity and coherence, notably with Santiago Networker and the WIMEXCOM. Just to emphasize again, it's the whole team who is in contact with these organizations at various levels when we prepare some of the board papers, such as the CSS, or when we engage on both parts, for instance, on the preparation of results measurement framework, which have been prepared by the Santiago Network in parallel of ours. We do discuss and we have very regular exchanges at various levels within the Secretariat, and we will continue to do so. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ibrahima. Thank you, Mathilde, and with great appreciation from the whole board to the whole Secretariat for the work that you're doing. May I invite Richard, please?
Thank you. You're sorry to come back, but Mathilde, my question was: is it not possible to actually have that line item budget listed as clearly articulated as the World Bank hosting costs, right? And is it possible then to get a specific breakdown of those costs, noting that we've already agreed that, and so I'm not asking to go back on that. It's just so we know exactly. Otherwise, we just have a lump sum. If it's not possible, then it's not possible. But that was my question, actually. Thank you.
Thank you, Richard. Can I pause back?
I'll check with the host. I think it's really the practice to present it as a pro rata, as a lump sum, but I will reconfirm later.
Thank you. Then Ali.
I appreciate your responses. My comment is not on the increase of the present budget. My increase is on the presentation. When I read this agenda item, I don't know what's coming next. And if I don't read this one, there'll be an inconsistency. Likewise, as our reports get public traction, parties and observers look at more closely. They would like to see, if possible, I don't know if it's possible or not, either there's a notation by saying why these are two different cutoff dates by the trustees and by us, or trying to see if this can be, either if the dates cannot be the same, cutoff dates, then at least there has to be a better explanation of this so that we do not draw inconsistent conclusions. So we'll discuss the budget increase when we come to it. Right now, my question was only on bring a greater coherence in financial or accounting agenda items. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Ali, and I'm sure then that the Secretariat takes note of that last comment also. So, colleagues, may I invite the board then to take note of the information on the Secretariat's activities and the report on the execution of the 2026 administrative budget as of 30th of April 2026, as contained in document FRLD/B9/2/Rev1. The document is so noted. Now, colleagues, you know that we have a large agenda for this meeting, and we do really need to push on, and I'm sure that you are all very eager to do so. But we started a bit late, and lunch is also calling, so we will take a break for now and meet back here, please, sharply at 3 p.m. So if you could please be in your seat by 3 p.m. and then wish you all a good lunch. Thank you.
I need one more person in their seat for quorum. Thank you, Walter. With that, we have quorum and we can get started. Thank you so much for the promptness in getting back to the room so we may get started, and thank you for allowing for some of the things that are happening on the side. To make sure that we do get into some of the more substantive issues on the agenda for today, I propose that we now move to agenda item 8, operationalizing the Barbados implementation mechanism. And I propose that we turn to agenda item 8B, results measurement framework. As you will remember, at B8, the board considered the results measurement framework. And in decision B8D4, requested the Secretariat, guided by the co-chairs, to revise the draft RMF that was presented at B8, based on the inputs from, based on the discussions by the board and based on the inputs that any board member might have sent in writing until a set by date. The Secretariat did that, and we thank you all of the members that sent in comments by the deadline. The Secretariat shared a summary of those comments and prepared an updated results measurement framework. As you know, this is a key document that we need to have in place as we move into considering funding requests and preparing funding agreements. So I would like to invite the Secretariat to present the RMF as it stands now and the revisions made to it before opening the floor for comments. Ibrahima, you have the floor.
Well, thank you very much, Camilla. A very good afternoon to members of the board. Building on what Camilla has stated, I just wanted to reassure the board. We will continue to listen to the feedback the board has provided on this very important document. That's why even though board B8 ended, we continue listening and talking to members of the board, and I wanted to just reassure the board that that is the way we're approaching this. Since B8, Sandra, who leads Result and Evaluation Learning Program, has spent to the best of her ability in revamping the paper, which she will present to you, and we hope the new version has captured the concerns of many of the board members who raised questions or comments last meeting as well. I wanted to underscore what we already know, which is at B5, that the board did request the Secretary to develop this piece of work, which is an important part of the policy framework we're putting together for BIM. That's why adopting it, it's an important piece of work which will help us to capture the impact of the result. As you know, one of the funding criteria, and the board takes very seriously, it's about result and impact, so we can tell those impact stories. It's an important part of operationalizing the BIM. Sandra may be leading this, but also working very closely with our programming team and make sure what we present to you is really the outcome of the reflection within the Secretariat. And that's why it's very important to comfort the board that this is an exercise we are having internally as a group as well. So again, underscoring that it is said in black and white in the BIM, it's an early intervention that's driven by lesson learning and testing some new concept with the possibility of the board obviously taking this lesson and see how we can improve as we scale up and develop a long-term model. And that's why it's really part of the whole process about learning that the board has asked us to take into account the BIM. So on that note, through you, Camila, I'm going to invite Sandra to walk you through the revamped paper, particularly through the presentation, with the hope that at the outcome of this presentation, the board will be confident that we've listened and heard you and made sure that we present something that captures your concerns as well. So Sandra, over to you. Through you, Camila.
Thank you very much, Edie, and thank you to the co-chairs. We're very happy to bring you back this updated and revised version of the results measurement framework. We have received quite a lot of comments on this after B8, which we have done a great effort to incorporate as much as possible. And we want to just start with saying thank you very much for engaging on this topic and for your constructive comments. We very much appreciate this approach. And we're also looking forward to your forward guidance on this topic and on the document itself. So if we move to, let's see. Oh, it's loading. Okay.
You keep talking while it's loading.
Yep, we'll keep talking. So the first part of the presentation is about the changes that we have made to the framework since we last met at B8. And here we have taken into consideration what you asked for specifically in your comments. One of the changes was that track 2 was felt as it shouldn't be at the same level as track 1, so we have now moved track 2, and track 2 is about the operational effectiveness and efficiency. And so we have moved this to become more of a foundational track to track 1, which is the key track of measuring results of the BIM. And we have also made an effort to enhance the learning focus of this results framework so that we can ensure that we measure and capture all the important learnings and lessons that we have, that we will have rather as we go through the BIM phase, and that these can feed into the long-term model. We have also adjusted the key principles according to language that was felt more appropriate in the context of the BIM. We have adjusted the cross-cutting categories as well, using language that has been suggested by yourselves in your comments, and we hope that this language now is more appropriate for the BIM phase. Finally, a significant change made to the framework is the key enabler areas, which we have reduced from 3 areas as we had it to now having only 1. And this eliminated 9 indicators in that shift. So we have actually, yeah, that's the correct slide, thank you. Yeah, so I'm now on the lower box there. We eliminated 9 indicators, so we now have less indicators to monitor in the BIM phase, and we feel that this is an appropriate but also proportionate results framework for the BIM phase. So a little bit about the background. This we know, we have said it many times. This is just sort of what the foundational or the starting point for the results measurement framework is in our foundational documents, such as the governing instrument and the following decisions that have happened at B5, B7, and B8. So just to take a quick step back to explain briefly, why do we need a results measurement framework and what purpose does it serve? And this type of framework is important because it provides a structured approach on how to assess the results under the BIM funded activities. It is capturing what it is we're trying to achieve, but using a very flexible approach that takes its departure in the countries themselves and their priorities. And we are having at the core of this results measurement framework the countries themselves suggesting the indicators that they would like to use to measure their progress in sectoral and thematic areas. And this is because we really want to make this framework country-led and country-driven and country-owned. And this is it's a different and more flexible approach than has commonly been seen in other organizations similar to our own. The framework cuts across all the eligible activities of the BIM and also of the funding criteria for the BIM. So it's bottom-up, country-led, and has a focus on results and impact. So in summary, it's a core part of the operationalization of the BIM, and it will help us to show achievements and measurable results at the country level and also at the fund level. This slide is just showing you an overview of the proposed framework itself and the two tracks. So the track 1 is really about measuring the results, and track 2 is about the operational performance of the FRLD. So we can go to the next one. So on this slide, I'm just summarizing what the fundamentals are, the key features of the results measurement framework. So it is designed to be simplified and light touch, bottom-up, country-driven, country-owned, thematic and sectoral indicators. It has limited cross-cutting indicators. It only has 5 of them. It has just one key enabler area at this point, and track 1 and track 2 together give a structured approach for how to assess results under the BIM. It is flexible in nature, and it's very important to remember that you only ever have to report on indicators that are relevant to the activities that are being implemented. It also allows for the reporting of both short and long-term interventions, because some funding requests have a shorter nature, as we've heard already, and where some we have heard from 1 year up to 8 years. So there's quite a disparity there and a variety of projects that will come under the BIM. It also supports the capacity for mail that we can provide from the Secretariat. Another important point is that it's all-inclusive, but it is non-directional, so it doesn't limit, indicate, or direct any activities under the BIM. And the last part is the learning focus, which is something we're building in with the purpose of generating lessons, evidence, and contributing to the long-term model. In going from the design of the framework to implementation, we're going to draft additional guidance on how to implement the RMF, because this is, of course, just a quite short board document. It usually comes with a lot more detailed guidance documents, which is basically how you operationalize the framework itself. There will be methods, templates for midterm evaluations, final evaluations, definitions, approaches, etc. in these guiding documents. Again, all indicators will be applied only when relevant, and results reporting will have an annual frequency, meaning that we will bring you back to the board every year and update on the results and progress of the BIM portfolio. Midterm and final evaluations will be undertaken. And as part of the regular review process for the funding requests, we will ensure consistency with the RMF once it has been approved, of course. So that is the short presentation we had planned. We're looking forward to your further guidance from you board members. And I will stop there. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you so much, Ibrahima, and thank you, Sandra, for that presentation and for carrying us through not just where the document stands now, but also how the comments received were integrated into it. I think that really helps us have a fruitful discussion here and hopefully be in a place where we can approve this document at this session. I will now open the floor for comments, and I see Ali.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for sharing the revised version. I want to restrict my comment to only one point at this point, and if necessary, I'll seek your permission to come back again. Between B8, when it was originally presented, and B9, some indicators have been renumbered, including NELD, non-economic losses. In this case, it has not only been renumbered, but also tucked under cultural practices and social function indicator. So that's a major change. So question is that whether it is a deliberate decision, scope decision on NELD, or just a restructuring exercise that removed sector and thematic center after B8. That was a very substantial pillar of loss and damage debate, has been for 3 decades that I know of, and now it is removed. To my recollection, in B8 there was no discussion, no point, and no intervention from any board member, and I stand corrected, that suggested reducing the scope and standing of NELD. Thank you.
Thank you, Ali, for that question. I next have Tamim.
Thank you, co-chair, and I would like to, at the beginning, this is my first board intervention in a formal proceeding. Happy to be appointed here and working with the different colleagues, board members, and also the esteemed Secretariat. And let me at the outset, thank the government of the Philippines for hosting us graciously in their beautiful country. And I look forward to coming back here for the next time also. In terms of the RMF, and also as I also serve in the WIM EXCOM committee, I think this version actually serves a good progression from what we had before. I think we had a lot of issues in terms of how the thematic focus was non-representative in the previous version, but we think the Secretariat direction that it took in terms of having a bottom-up country-owned approaches in terms of how they let the countries decide how loss and damage indicators should be suited to them. I indeed come from a region that is impacted from slow onset events and also extreme weather events, and the variation in those regions, and this current version of the RMF, I believe, has that flexibility that can suit the regional understanding that we have in that regard. That's on the positive side, and also I would just entail that for our colleagues and also fellow board members that these RMFs are not in any way or shape or reform. It should be to be treated as a filtration process for different funding requests or funding proposals. And this is not the exercise that we are having here. It's just on reporting on the results, not evaluating the funding proposal or filtering the funding requests. Just also a minor issue that I have might be procedural in nature. Also, in the document, the Secretariat would entail that there is certain templates that's being produced, and I understand this RMF also is short in time, and we need to have the RMF as soon as possible for also fast delivery of the different projects. But I'm just a bit worried that we have paragraph 63 of the governing instrument that says each of the different documentations that needs to be approved by the board. I understand that it could be a bothersome process to approve everything by the board, but we need to take this into account in how do we maneuver the governing instruments, para 63 in that regard. I'm flexible on that issue, but aligning with the governing instrument in such a way that gives the flexibility to the Secretariat that they could work and deliver on those templates, but at the same time, how do we align ourselves with the GI? This is something key. Also, in track 2, we see the row with the insertion of the resource mobilization strategy. From my seat, we wouldn't be amenable to have that result as a result management framework in the result management framework, as this is a pending matter, and also this is for countries also the Secretariat to report on outside of this RMF. These are just some of the few comments, and I applaud the Secretariat that they have taken on a country-led, country-owned approach in that regard. And thank you, Sandra, for all the work that you've been doing. Thank you.
Thank you, Tamim, for those comments. I have Richard.
Thank you, Co-Chair, and thank you to the Secretariat for that presentation and for the revised document. I was not able to engage in the consultation process because of the clash with other duties related to other funds. So just to note that some of us have multiple funds going on. It's kind of hard to jump from one mind to the next to the other. So I apologize for not making comments earlier. So a quick observation is that I'm seeing in this document and one or two others in the Secretariat where we get presented a very detailed, complicated document, and then the board provides comments, and then what comes back is a highly simplified version of that document, and I mean highly simplified, and I think this is one point in case. And I just want to note that I don't think that's generally the kind of DNA we need to be creating in this fund. I think it's much more important that we tackle the deep substantive differences on massive content, and rather than avoid those discussions, go to a very simple approach. But the simple approach may be more functional in terms of what we're doing for the BIM. So I just wanted to make that point. I still have a problem with this track 1 and track 2, how it's framed, right? So for me, clearly track 1 should be referred to as table 1, which is the results, measurement, the indicators for projects and programs, right? And then track 2 should be table 2, and because it's not part of the results framework, it's an additional performance framework evaluation of the BIM right now. So it talks to two different levels. I don't think we should combine them. So table 2 should be performance evaluation of the BIM, right? And then we have, and then we can adopt those tables as table 1 and table 2, and that together is a broad performance results and performance framework. And this is what I had proposed in Zambia. So let me talk to some of the specific problems that I have that maybe you can clarify, and then I can be able to tell you if I'm in a position to adopt it as is or need to go to amendments. So in T11, the core indicator, number of people supported is deeply vague, right? Are we just supporting them, or are we actually recovering or rehabilitating? What is the actual language? So I think supported could then be one of these indicators where we come back and we learn lessons that it was far too vague and it included everything, and the numbers are then quite excessive. So again, my preference is to be much more direct and clear about what is it. So we're not targeting the support to 100,000 people, but have we actually changed their lives through targeted direct funding from the Loss and Damage Fund for their recovery? And then the same would go for other core indicators where it's economic recovery, right? Like, have we actually, I know people don't like the word compensation. The World Bank calls it livelihood restoration, I think, or something. They found that word to basically imply the same thing, but without using the compensation last word. So there are creative ways of doing it, and the World Bank has proved that it can be done. I still have some problems, and as I raised with you the other day, Sandra, on the core T15, cultural practice and assets, and then through alternatives. So the way you explained to me that alternatives was primarily about the cultural asset being, or practice being, language, right? Now, the problem is that in one of our member states in our continent, they have over 500 languages. we also have different understandings of what cultural practices are in relation to loss and damage. So take the relationship that I think all our countries have, but I will use the African example because burial is a huge cultural practice, and particularly in a continent where land has been taken and people have been dispossessed. The notion of being buried in the land of your ancestors is of fundamental importance. So if we're talking about cultural practice being the burial and the return of this departed colleagues back to their elders and their traditional heritage lands, there can't be a consideration of alternatives, right? Because that assumes that you would send messages to people that, well, look, if your burial site is close to a river and your river is flooding all the time, and we want to avoid bodies and floating, which is the example of what we see in Malawi. In other words, then the alternative is cremation, right? But that would be very culturally insensitive. So I'm not quite sure how we can phrase this to be very specific, that actually this is not about changing cultural practices with alternative practices to replace the cultural practices, because for whatever reasons, and so I'm a bit worried about having to explain this to my constituency. Ibrahima will invite you back to the African group and you can explain that then. I'm still not convinced about the key enabler indicators, and I don't understand why we have to have now sort of sub-theme enabler indicators, because these are quite confusing in terms of, are we suggesting that if we don't have those enablers clearly articulated, well, we can't actually do loss and damage responses? And in some cases, that's just not possible. We can't have policies and strategies. We'd like to have them, but again, we have no... The climate data can make projections of when things are going to happen, but you can't, that the plan is not going to be the basis of everything that's loss and damage. So I would need some more understanding of those. I know my colleague who's not here did raise the issue of language where there was seemingly some confusion between the avoidance, mitigation, and addressing loss and damage. So I think this is in T16D. The mitigate the impact of loss and damage. That's not what we're doing. We're responding to loss and damage. I'm not quite sure how we mitigate the impact of loss and damage. That's somebody else's problem, as I understand it. So if that can just be clarified. Then I want to understand if all we're doing is approving the framework, as in the track 1 and track 2, the tables, then am I correct to assume that the narrative in the document from sort of paragraph 34 to paragraph 41D is just explanatory, right? We don't need to negotiate that language or those interpretations. It's just how the Secretariat is presenting something to us. I also note in paragraph 38, colleagues have raised concerns. I believe they raised this in Zambia as well. This, again, we're seeing emphasis on early warning and climate information systems, and we understand that this is necessarily a part of process, but we're not yet clear that that's what we're meant to be tracking, because we're not clear that that's what we're meant to be funding. That's less of a response to, but preparedness for. And so colleagues had questions on that, and then also the reference to the private sector in some of the core enabling activities still raises some concern, because they're not quite sure why specifically the private sector is being engaged. Not that I don't have a problem, but I was asked to raise that, and why, for example, public sector institutions that in many of our countries, we don't privatize our core services to the private sector. They're still state-owned. So we in developing countries have not necessarily embraced the neoliberal model of privatizing core services to private sector bodies, where we still have state institutions, the fact that they might not work all the time. But that's just really, I think the developing country preference is always that certain core services are public-based rather than private sector-based. So there's some concerns with that. Then on track 2, I think same as the comments of my colleague Tamim, what's most concerning to me from this is that it suggests that we have a massive policy gap in relation to the BIM, because it's talking about we don't have a policy on extensions, we don't have a policy on restructuring or cancellations, and we don't necessarily have clarification even on this midterm review and the final reviews, whether that's, we don't have a unit, an evaluation unit to do this, and we don't necessarily have the same understanding that we had when we drafted the governing instrument, that we could rely on the World Bank systems, and we did have these conversations with the World Bank in the early stages, and it's not clear that we can rely on the World Bank evaluation system. I think the answer was no, we can't. But again, that can be confirmed. Again, this obsession with, I think the language around the new contributions received is politically charged language, and I'm not quite sure we want to go there in this. This is more about measuring something rather than trying to influence by measuring something. And again, I'm still not convinced 100% that this should be placed in this document. I'm totally happy with measuring that performance and that portfolio and the BIM. I'm still struggling why it's in here and whether it could be somewhere else, such as in the Secretariat work plan. So when we adopt the Secretariat work plan, can we rather not have key performance indicators to measure this kind of stuff? And then there's also some kind of, I think it's important, this time of funding request submission is really important to track. And then at least we can get a sense then of the efficiency of the Secretariat and where improvements can be achieved. Sorry, then one last thing is the footnote 1 in the track 1, right? It's a little bit confusing because they'll be revised based on lessons learned during the implementation of the BIM. But I'm afraid to say if we're waiting for the implementation of the BIM, then we're only developing the long-term results management framework in 5 or 6 years, right? Because the project time frame is there. So that's not technically correct as I understand it, that if we start work on the long-term model, hopefully we can sequence work this board meeting, then that results management framework would probably need to be something we would decide either it's done before replenishment or after replenishment. But I don't think it's fair to say that we can wait until after we've learned the lessons from the BIM before we do that. I just, from a sequencing point of view, I'm a little bit confused with that. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Richard, for that comprehensive set of comments. I have Nona left.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to express my appreciation to the government and people of Philippines for warm hospitality. I would like to thank the Secretariat and co-chairs for considerable work undertaken to revise REMF following the discussions at the previous board meeting. I particularly welcome the decision to position the framework as a learning instrument that reflects the unique nature of the BIM as a startup phase of the fund. The emphasis on testing learning operational approaches is appropriate and should remain central as we continue building the long-term model of the fund. I would also like to commend Secretariat for explicitly positioning the REMF within the broader loss and damage architecture. The recognition that the fund complements the work of the VIM Executive Committee and Santiago Network while contributing the dedicated financing arm for responding to loss and damage, it is an important improvement. Equally important, the commitment to the collaborate on result, evaluation and learning. This will help avoid duplication, promote complementarity and strengthen a coherent global response to loss and damage. Chair, I would like to make a few observations that I believe could further strengthen implementation of the framework. First, while proposing REMF provides comprehensive structure across both development result and infrastructure performance, we should ensure the implementation remains simple and proportionate. Measurement should support countries in responding to loss and damage. It should not become an administrative exercise that diverts scarce national capacities away from implementation. Many of these countries that will access the fund have limited institutional and technical capacities. As the Secretariat developed the implementation guidance, reporting templates, and monitoring handbooks, I encourage it to continue applying the principle of simplicity, flexibility, so that reporting requirements remain manageable and adapted to national circumstances. Second, I strongly welcome the decision not to be prescribed thematic and sectoral indicators and instead allow countries to define indicators based on their own priorities and context. This is an innovative feature of the framework and demonstrates genuine country ownership. At the same time, because the approach is new, I believe it would be useful for the board to learn how it is being applied in practice. Therefore, I would encourage the Secretariat, when presenting funding requests to the board, to also briefly present its observations from the quality assurance process regarding the proposed country-defined indicators. This would not be for purpose for approving individual indicators, but rather to help the board understand how the approach is evolving, whether it is being applied consistently across funding requests, and what lessons we are emerging during implementation. I would like to emphasize the importance of close cooperation between the Secretariat and countries during the project implementation. Dear Chair, overall, I believe the revised RMF provides solid foundation for the BIM. It appropriately balanced accountability with learning, recognized the importance of country ownership, and established an important basis for generating evidence that will inform the future evaluation of the fund. I therefore support the adoption and look forward to continuing to refine and strengthen the framework through implementation and the lessons that we emerge during the BIM phase. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Nona, for those words and agreement to the way forward. We have a very long list of speakers continuing, and this is a topic on which we have been discussing for a while, so I will encourage you to try and be brief in your statements and to the point in the questions. I'll gather a couple more before I hand it back to the Secretariat for some answers, and hopefully continue reflecting on the way forward. So I have Martin next.
Thank you, Camilla. I'll try to be brief. First, I would like to extend my gratitude to the government of Philippines for their hospitality and for hosting us once again here in Manila. On the results framework, I would first like to extend my appreciation to the Secretariat for the work done both during B8 and after, with board members taking on board extensive comments and feedback, and bringing this framework closer to something that can add real value. Also at a critical stage where the Secretariat needs to engage with countries on their funding requests. Mindful, of course, that we're talking about a bottom-up country-led process, something that the document is quite clear on and that you were clear on in your presentation. I believe the framework now strikes the appropriate balance between enabling a minimum level of aggregation of results, as well as allowing for tailor-made approaches in line with the bottom-up and country-led approach. What is equally important is, of course, the qualitative aspects that are maybe a little bit hidden in the relatively sort of general framing of some of these indicators. But I fully understand why not all of our individual priorities can or should be reflected in this framework. It probably make for a too extensive framework, and I would be comfortable to give the Secretariat the leeway to operationalize this going forward. I would also like to emphasize the importance of using this as a tool both to document results, but also for learning towards building the long-term model, as you mentioned in your presentation. And such qualitative analysis could include more specific aspects, I think, some of which are mentioned in the GI. For example, inclusion of vulnerable groups, small-scale grants, innovative approaches, and so on. But this could also include picking up signals from the board as we start to discuss what are key elements of that long-term model. And I would encourage the Secretariat to be sort of open to such signals and bring that on board in the qualitative analysis as we learn from this going forward. But back to my main point, I think this is a good starting point. I hope we can move forward towards deciding this result framework at this board meeting. I think it would provide a meaningful step towards operationalization of the BIM. Thank you.
Thank you, Martin. I'll take Manuela, and then I'll hand over to the Secretariat for some answers. Manuela, please.
Yes, thanks very much. And also let me allow to express my gratitude to the Philippine government for hosting us and for having us in Manila.
Can you please move the mic closer to you?
And also thank you to the Secretariat and the team around Sandra for working on this very key instrument and document for the FRD. We recognize and acknowledge that you took out a lot of the suggestions made from different board seats, including ourselves, so thanks for that. On some very few suggestions, because we think it's in a very good shape right now, and it's just 3 major points. Speaking to the point Richard made on the track 1 core indicator 1.1, maybe an option would be to replace people with beneficiaries, because this is a more direct point on the impact we hope to create with the fund, and maybe also replace the word covered by reached or a similar word. Maybe the native speakers have a better suggestion on that, but this would just allow us to speak more about the impact we hope to create with the fund. On overall the track 1 categories, we see that we could be a bit stronger on the prearranged dimensions of the requests we receive, also acknowledging the country-led approach we are taking also in terms of developing the resource measurement framework. So any indicators that speak to the development of national response plans and anticipatory action that responds to loss and damage should be tried to be integrated now or at a later stage as we further evolve from the BIM phase into the full phase. On track 2, with indicator 2.4 on resource mobilization management, we think this should be extended to also measuring private and innovative sources as reflected in paragraph 54 of the government instrument, and same thing on additional financial instruments as reflected in paragraph 58 of the government instrument. So all those innovative aspects of the GI we would like to see reflected in the resource measurement framework, because it's a big portion of what we do under the fund and what distinguishes us from other funds. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Manuela. I'll hand it over to Ibrahim and Sandra for some answers now.
And I'll hand over to Sandra. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much for those comprehensive comments. I'll go through a few of them, perhaps not all, as it was a quite long list. Ali, I think your first point on the fact that some of the sectors and themes that we once had in the framework more specifically have been removed. You're right about that. We did remove those, and it was following comments received that made it clear that it was going to be quite difficult to agree on exactly what sectors that we should include. So it was a manner, the way we have resolved it now, using more high-level language, was the manner in which we decided sort of that might be the easiest solutions, instead of having sort of longer discussions about what sectors that fit under L&D and which sectors and approaches that do not fit. So this was a sort of a middle way to address that issue. So, Tamim, thank you very much for your comments, and that this is a good progression. We note the issue on paragraph 63 and how we can sort of phrase that language so it accommodates the issue of not having to bring back guidance documents for board approval per se, but to find a sort of an approach during which perhaps for information or otherwise, and I'm happy to work with you on specific language that might be accommodating that particular point to your satisfaction. So we will come back and suggest something on that. We also note the suggestion on taking out the section on resource mobilization indicators from track 2, and so we have noted this as well. Thank you, Richard, for your comments. These were rich in nature. I think there was quite a few sort of detailed comments that I might not go through each one, but I will happy to discuss with you in detail afterwards how we can resolve some of these. In terms of the bigger major comment on track 1 and track 2, also happy to discuss if there is an alternative solution for that, keeping track 2 but moving it into a separate table if that is a better solution for it. We had already made a change to move it as a foundational if the Secretariat is operating in an efficient and effective manner, then BIM implementation would on those areas be easier. So that is why we placed it that way in the graphic, but I'm happy to discuss an alternative solutions to how we could put that better. On the indicator of number of people supported, number of beneficiaries reached, so there's many ways in which this can be phrased and also how it can be measured. And in this context, I wanted to mention that there is, in the MCFs, there is a working group on results specifically. And we spent several days discussing just this one indicator. And it resulted in a 50-page document on how to measure this particular indicator in various ways, in various intensity, etc., etc. So there is a lot of detail that could be brought into this. But indeed, this is information that we would prefer to put in a handbook and sort of give guidance on how to measure that. Very open to use beneficiaries instead of people, reached instead of supported. Whatever the board feels is the most appropriate phrasing, we will stand guided by the board. On the key enablers, some of that language is phrased as included due to language from the GI, and some of it is also included due to comments from the board members. So this is sort of the explanation and the reason for why it looks the way it looks right now. It's a combination of different comments that we did get and we were able to incorporate. You know, at the end of the day, it's different positions, and we are happy to be guided by the board on you know, what to include, what to take out if there is such adjustments to be made on that front. Yeah, one important question was also on the midterm and evaluations. So here, just to clarify that point, so when we talk about midterm reviews and evaluations, this is part of the implementation. It has nothing to do with the World Bank Independent Evaluation Office. These are not independent evaluations to be implemented, but instead this is actually regulated, and there is language that speaks to this in the oversight policy that the board has adopted. There is indeed a budget set aside for midterm and final evaluations as well, and there are board decisions that say previously, I think, at B7 that the BIM should have midterm and final evaluations. We have accommodated for that and also included that in the oversight policy. So it's quite separate from an independent evaluation per se. Having said that, the FRLD will in the future set up an evaluation function, but these types of evaluations are not the ones that would be implemented by that unit. So that's one important point. We thank you, Nona, for your comments and encouragement. We will make sure to include the learning parts very explicitly in the framework, as well as the more sort of quantitative results that we're measuring. And Martin, same point there, thanks very much for that. We will also make sure to have some more qualitative aspects included when we report back on an annual basis as much as possible, because we are expecting to get quite a lot of information from these projects. And just to note that in addition to the indicators that we are suggesting in this framework, there are also other project level indicators that we can take part of and that will be shared with us. So those are aspects that we will make sure to include. I think I might stop there in terms of the details of the comments. Thank you very much, and back over to the co-chairs.
Thank you so much, Sandra, for that. I note we have still a long list of speakers. I'll encourage any flags to come up now. I hope to then close it, allow for observers to come in, and give one final opportunity for final answers, and then propose a way forward. So I see some flags that came up. I am closing the list with the flags that are there now, and I next have Adao.
Thank you very much. Co-chairs, good afternoon, colleagues. First of all, let me express our sincere gratitude to the government of the Philippines for hosting us, and thanks for both of you and the Secretariat for preparing the documents before us. I think this is useful, and we were also submitting our proposal, and it's reviewed accordingly. So thank you very much for that. And we think that the current text is much closer to what we need to get from this result measurement framework. I think this is very useful. We particularly appreciate how flexible issues will be there in terms of country-driveness bottom-up process. I think that was also mentioned by Richard and others. And especially country-driveness and also flexibility issues are integrated into the RMF document. I think this is very, very useful, addressing bottom-up approach. This is very useful for us. However, we have some specific comments on the document, and of course, I can read my inputs, but we can also submit our written submission later on. So, for the recording purpose, first that we need to address would be we would suggest that paragraph 41 would be better placed as paragraph 13, because Richard also mentioned about same thing, addressing the real loss and damage in terms of rehabilitation, displacement. Those are listed under part 13 are very, very useful. We continue to believe that track 2 should be separated out from the result measurement framework. I think this is quite not appropriately putting this in place. And under core indicators T1, 2, we would like to delete the words around protected, as we think that protection is a core benefit of actions. It's not really outcomes or results that we need to track or we need to measure. Under core indicator T14, we want to delete language around broad and under improved management practices, because we don't see that this bringing a natural asset under the improved management is related to responding to loss and damage that I just mentioned before. So it will be also very good to delete. We think many of the sub-teams, key enablers, especially indicators that have been developed are not appropriate. And we would suggest that maybe we just need to delete the sub-team indicators that we've already put in place. And presumably the countries themselves would be able to develop more appropriate indicators based on the national responses and also national system that they are intending to strengthen through the project at national level. So this is how we do think that it will be very much led by bottom-up and national level issues. And whether or not we delete or modify those sub-team indicators that I just mentioned, we believe that the list in parenthesis in paragraph 38 possibly, it should be deleted, part 38. It's listing that are there. I think we need to also reconsider, and if it's possible, we can delete all those. In the draft decision, however, we are unsure about the need for paragraph C, and we see that spending time on the effort to develop a strategic learning framework would be more appropriately done. As well, we develop the result measurement framework under the long-term operational modalities that we are going to face by next long-term model. I think that's something that we suggest to do, and also those are our comments, but of course, once again, we can share our inputs in written manner. Thank you very much, co-chairs.
Thank you, Adao. And next have Antoine.
Thank you, Camilla. Well, it's the first time I'm taking the floor in the formal board meeting. I'd like to start by extending my thanks to the government of the Philippines for the very gracious hospitality and very efficient hosting of our meeting here in the ADB premises. So the RMF, I think, thank you very much, Sandra, and the Secretariat for having for all the work that's been invested into this RMF. I think it's a key piece of our framework. We know it's not going to be the long-term RMF, but still, I think we very much look forward to adopting this framework this week. I think we know from the discussions we had last time, it's a fine line, because we want an RMF that allows to consolidate the story that we want to tell about the fund. And at the same time, we know the fund is going to be, under the beam, very much about bottom-up, about accommodating a range of activities that probably we don't even know of as of now. And so it's going to be a fine line. And I think that was and I think we've traveled a long way since the first version you had presented us. And I think I really appreciate the responsiveness that you've shown throughout this process. If we take a step back, we should also appreciate how innovative this approach is if we compare it to what we see in other funds, in other institutions, the level of adaptability that is embedded here. I think it's not a lack of sense of purpose from this fund, but I think it's really the reflection of what this fund is about. And I think you've done, guided by the board, that you found a very good balance in my perspective. I think it was also very helpful that you clarified, this is not going to filter anything under the beam, and I think there are many provisions regarding that. We know it has to be complemented by some manual or some template. I think it's not going to be the first time that there are some, let's say, country-facing or or focal point facing documents of the FRLD that are not going to be vetted by the board prior to getting out there, and I think this also has to be part of our way of working with the Secretariat. So I think this I think to me is a proportionate way to go. I would agree with one comment Richard made about the reference to the learning lessons and revising and refining. Also, because I think it's a different story when we look track 1 and track 2. Track 2, to my mind, since it's about the institutional efficiency, to some extent, we could look at that and updating that, every year. For instance, once we come with an approach about adaptive management, we may want to populate that a bit more. I think what needs to be a bit more sticky is track 1, because I think at least under the BIM, track 1 is going to be the benchmark for the funding requests. And I think the question there is when we want to update that is the question about timing vis-a-vis the replenishment and or the development of the long-term model of the fund. So maybe this could be clarified a bit in the way you address this timing issue. Thank you for I had some comments on direct, indirect, number of people support, etc. So you made some clarifications there. I also understand the key enabler is about the means, and whereas the cross-cutting indicators are more about the results on the ground. But I still think it's it's something that we can read across. And yes, my last point is on, so under the resource mobilization management indicators, I think the countries receiving support, logically speaking, I would not see that as fitting the resource mobilization management. I would put that somewhere else, perhaps under the programming of funding and access modalities, for instance. I think the resource mobilization management is really about contributors and resources perhaps coming in. And let me stop here. And again, thank you very much for all of it. And hopefully we can approve a framework this week. Thanks.
Thank you, Antoine. I have Walter next.
Thank you, Camila. And through you, thank you also to Sandra for the presentation. Our seats remain very supportive on the overall direction of the proposed framework, and we welcome its flexible and learning-oriented approach. We also welcome the explicit recognition of both economic and non-economic loss and damage, including dimensions related to cultural practices, traditional knowledge, social functions, and vulnerable communities. We recognize that as the fund evolves, these aspects are often among the most difficult impacts to capture and measure, but nevertheless, they remain central to the lived realities of affected communities. As a complement to our submission presented in May, we'd just like to offer a few reflections that could strengthen the framework. First, we reiterate the importance of ensuring that reporting, monitoring, and evaluation requirements remain proportional to national capacities and circumstances. We believe that while a robust framework is essential for accountability and learning, excessive reporting burdens could divert scarce resources away from implementation efforts on the ground. We therefore encourage the Secretariat to continue operationalizing the principles of flexibility and simplicity through streamlined reporting requirements, the use of existing national systems where possible, and differentiating approaches that take into account the scale and nature of funded activities. Second, while the framework appropriately measures the volume of resources mobilized and disbursed, we believe further consideration could be given to aspects related to the quality of finance. I think we heard other comments in that regard. In particular, predictability, timelessness of disbursement, and the type of support are important elements for assessing whether the fund is effectively responding to the needs of developing countries. In that regard, we welcome the indicators under Track 2.5 on programming and access modality, but this could be improved with an indicator related to the grant-based nature of support provided. On another point, we see the merit also in further reflecting country ownership, not only as a principle, but as an operational outcome. And in that regard, indicator T25, track 2.5 on the type of entity These also could be improved with capturing explicitly the extent to which resources are accessed and managed through national institutions and direct access modalities, contributing therefore to national capacities, sustainability, and leadership in responding to loss and damage. Fourth, given the unique mandate of the fund, we also believe that it could be valuable to capture where visible, of course, the responsiveness of the fund to sudden onset events. We're not advocating for an emergency window, or component, but refining for perhaps indicator track 2.1 related to the timelessness of approval and disbursement process could provide useful information regarding the operational effectiveness of the fund in addressing urgent needs. Second to last is we also welcome the emphasis on complementarity and coherence, but we nevertheless would like to preserve the principle of additionality. Coordination with other sources of finance should strengthen the overall support, but do not substitute existing development on humanitarian financial flows. Finally, we encourage continued work to the clarity, the practical application of indicators, including beneficiaries reached. It was mentioned also by Richard and others, and the response also that Sandra provided to the initial set of comments, to enhance consistency and transparency in reporting. So it could be a greater distinction between direct and indirect beneficiaries, as reflected in track 1 indicator, as well as the quality, accessibility, inclusiveness, and sustainability of the outcomes. On the indicator track 1.6e, and this is the last comment, related to the number of technologies or innovative solutions piloted or deployed, we also agree, I think it was Richard or Tamin who mentioned the reference to the private sector we consider is inappropriate, because it could be interpreted that the technologies and innovative solutions can only come through private sector, and at the same time it could be vice versa interpreted that the only role for private sector is related to technology and innovation. In the overall, we believe the proposed RMF provides a solid foundation for the BIM and reflects many of the principles. So we look forward for these adjustments and approval at this session. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Walter, for those comments. I next have Jan.
Thank you, and thank you for the rich comments of the colleagues. I'll add a few individual ones, not too many, but overall I want to thank the Secretariat, Ibrahima, Sandra, for the good step forward. I think we are close to the finish line, and I think we should really agree on this framework here, so that it can already inform what we will be doing with the first generation of the BIM projects, because that's really essential. And we have a few specific comments that we would like still to consider. I will quickly read them out, but we can provide you in writing as well. First, on paragraph 41A, where we would like to enlarge the definition where we speak about effective engagement of all relevant stakeholders to relate, including in particular people and communities in climate vulnerable situations. And this is a language that goes then back to the decisions of the COP. So we can make that reference or not, but we believe that definition should be comprehensive. Then in a similar vein, in the indicator T11, where we see those who are in higher risk, we see that there is some additional categories that would be useful to add: children, people with disabilities, migrants, displaced people, etc. We can be flexible if we have the understanding that the vulnerable categories will be taken in general, but if we want to be specific, then we believe that there's additions needed. Third, in T16C indicator, where we talk about the bottom-up country-led approaches, we believe that we should stress that this is at all governance levels, so it's not just the central government, but also some national, local. Either we can say it this way, or we could say at all all governance levels. Two more, one on T16C still, where we have the involvement of relevant institutions and stakeholders. We believe that a better word would be participation, to recognize that this is more interactive. And finally, in T16F, where we refer to the multi-hazard early warning systems, we would like to link it specifically with early action or anticipatory action, to be clear what we talk about. We'll send this in writing, and hopefully that's a useful addition. Thank you.
Thank you, Jan, for this and for saying on how you'd send it in writing. I'll encourage everyone to note that we have been discussing this for a while, so we are way behind schedule for today. So please, if your comments have already been captured, if you've already raised them, please try to keep to the additionality of your interventions. With that, I have Isaac.
Thank you, Chair. First, let me express my gratitude to the Government of the Philippines for their gracious hospitality. With respect to the RMF document, let me thank you, the Secretariat, for the revisions and the robust consultation on this paper. We feel it is a good model in terms of process. Now, speaking to the paper directly, the majority of our comments have been incorporated, and we thank you for that. We are comfortable with the framework as it stands. We do wish to note that given the importance of orienting this fund properly in relation to other funds and financing areas, that the reference to protecting in thematic area T1.2 raises similar concerns as that raised by Ambassador Adao. We could be flexible as long as we have a shared understanding of the need to ensure there isn't perception that this fund supports preemptive retrofitting and protection of large infrastructure. Now, in response to the comments raised on the word alternatives, it is our view that this language is highly important in the instance of non-economic loss and damage. It is not intended as possible in all cases, but where there is cultural loss, we are unfortunately required to at least engage in inadequate but highly important alternatives that safeguard elements of the cultural practice or arrangement that has been lost. This language on safeguarding through alternatives is directly relevant to experiences in the Pacific with the loss of burial sites. Now, without delving into details for this seat, this language is highly important for many. It would not be seen as applicable to all instances of loss, but believe that's why there are a set of options. However, for activities such as memorialization of lost traditions, alternative burial practices that safeguard elements of ceremonial processes, it is critical. We don't read the concept as suggesting that alternatives are full or adequate alternatives. This is the issue and challenge with cultural loss. What is lost is irreplaceable. Saying that, we think the document has progressed well and can proceed with adopting it in its form. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Isaac. I have Antonella next.
Thank you, Co-Chair. And before addressing the document before us, I would like to thank our hosts for the warm hospitality and the excellent arrangement for this meeting here in Manila. I also wish to thank the co-chairs, the executive director, and the secretariat for the significant work undertaken in preparing this board meeting and the comprehensive documentation before us, including this result management framework. In our review, there is a clear common thread runs through the proposed RMF. It's country-driven, flexible, simple, and firmly grounded in learning. And we believe that these are the right principles for BIM, whose purpose is not only to deliver early results, but also to generate the evidence and lesson that will shape the fund's long-term operational model. We particularly appreciate the bottom-up approach, whereby thematic and sectoral indicators are shaped by countries' funding requests rather than being predetermined, as well as the recognition that the framework should evolve over time based on implementation experience. So overall, we believe that the proposed RMF provides a solid foundation for the BIM, striking an appropriate balance between accountability, flexibility, and avoiding unnecessary reporting burdens. There is, however, one element that we believe would further strengthen the framework. We would support bringing back the indicator under the key enabler, the T1.9, on financial resources mobilized and disbursed for loss and damage, together with accompanying footnote clarifying that this indicator does not imply any requirement for project and program to demonstrate or leverage additional financing. In our view, this indicator captures an important dimension of the fund's results beyond the institutional resource mobilization, and this is also fully consistent with the decision at the B5D4, which envisage that grants under the BIM may subsequently be combined with other financial instruments in deploying different funding modalities. Retaining this indicator would therefore allow the fund to capture this aspect where relevant, without creating any expectation or obligation regarding the co-financing. So including this information in the framework collects a precious information, in our opinion, that inform the BIM pilot phase in the light also of future long-term model and allow a slightly better alignment with the GI. So with this adjustment, we would be pleased to support the proposed result management framework. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that, Antonella. I have Ali.
Thank you, Chair. I want to partly come back on the same point, because the reasoning offered as condensing the document is probably misleading. I want to put it mildly but very clearly. I just reviewed the table that was formulated. None of the board members has proposed narrowing the scope of the term non-economic losses. I've seen all the comments. It probably is, we can have an offline conversation on this. I can go in detail. But what I wanted to submit is that the 4 proposals that are reviewed so far in round 1, and all 175 proposals have anchored their proposal on economic and non-economic losses. These are 2 anchors used. And the purpose of statement of FRLD B8 and B9 document, as well as the GI, is non-economic losses. So it's not optional for us unless board specifically wishes to revisit some of its decisions, or if it has the power to revisit GI. So my submission is that T1.6 be reinstated in its totality, and if there is a definition issue, it should be expanded rather than tucking under T1.5, where it is seen, where it is clubbed with subcomponents like culture and heritage and others, which are also very important, but non-economic losses is not a subset of that. Thank you. And second point I wanted to make, I do accept that our submission, written submission, was somewhat late. 15th May, if I'm not mistaken, was the cutoff date. And your document was prepared on May 23rd. It does not include our written comments, which is fine. But the question is, can they be entered into the record of this meeting, regardless of if the Secretariat can also consider that. Thank you.
Thank you, Ali, for that. I have Kaisa, followed by Jamal.
Thank you. I will try to be very brief. Like others, I support the flexible and bottom-up approach of this framework. I think you have really listened to what the board has said and asked for in that. I agree with Nona that the Secretariat should continue to have like a flexible and agile approach also when implementing this in conversations with countries. I also think that the country support system that we're discussing at the other agenda item can help countries with implementing this framework. When reading the new version, I see that it's shortened and a lot has been removed to have this bottom-up approach and for simplicity. Something that we missed when reading it was the key enabler on coherence and complementarity, priority gaps, that was now removed. but I'm also hearing how almost everyone around this table have views on what they would want to reinsert or remove or change in the table. So I will encourage us as a board to try to be as strategic as possible and also trust the Secretariat in implementing this, and remember that the BIM is the kind of trial learning phase. So I would encourage us to try to really limit our requirements on this framework to what's essential for us going forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Kaisa. Finally, Kamal.
Thank you. Good afternoon, colleagues. I would like to thank the Secretariat for the effort made to provide updated and adjusted RMF. Well, there is, I will agree with many of the comments and remarks raised, but from our perspective, there is some sectors or some activities, kind of activities that were raised from this seat at the previous board meeting on this that are not reflected here, and that will be good if you can go back to your previous notes. Maybe you can find some elements that can be re-injected into maybe updated version. On the document, the overall and general remark that we may have is that the well drafted and with the efforts that you made, that we thank you, and it's clearly mentioned in paragraph 27 of this document, that this BIM phase prepares for the long-term model. And if we see, for example, track 1 and track 2, track 1 is fully dedicated to the BIM, which means what we have in here, it's a tracking policy or tracking tool for the BIM. How do you see, and in the whole document, it's not clear if there will be a transition or move from the BIM as a pilot phase or demonstration phase to the long-term model or the effective fund that we are expecting. And in the first part, in particular, when you talk about track 1, there is a little bit of mix between, so for example, on indicators, on different elements, between what can be now considered as element to be used for the BIM and some other elements for the long-term model. That will be good if in this document that will be clear to have, this is what we have for the BIM as experimental and pilot step, and then how we can move, and as appropriate and if possible, at what time we need to move to the long-term model according to this pilot phase, because this pilot phase cannot last for years. We need to be cognizant that this kind of tool, RMF, has to be applied, for instance, to the BIM, but at what time should we transit or move to the next time, which is quite important. It's the same thing for the additional tools, the additional guidance and tools that you mentioned and you presented that will be developed after the starting of the BIM or after the approval of the RMF. And after the approval of the RMF, are you going to develop these tools only for the BIM, or are you going to develop this for the long-term model, which we don't have yet, of course? And well, I prefer leave it at that, and maybe later on, if opportunities allow, we can come back on other more specific and detailed elements. Thank you.
Thank you, Kamal, for that. I know that new flags are coming up, but I had closed the list, and I hope now to give the floor to observers. I'll allow the Secretariat to come back, propose a way forward, and there will be an opportunity to react to proposed way forward, so that there can be some response. So with that, I'll hand it over to Liane Chaletek on behalf of ENGO, WGC, Yongo, and IPOs.
Yeah, thank you very much, Co-Chair. Thanks for the opportunity to intervene. Let me also begin by thanking the government of the Philippines for their generous hospitality. It's always a pleasure to be returning to Manila. And as indicated, these comments are coordinated among ENGO, the environmental NGOs, the Women and Gender Constituency, the Children and Youth Constituency, and the Indigenous Peoples Constituency. So we appreciate the revision of the proposed BIM results measurement framework, the focus in Tier 1 on having sectoral and thematic indicators for BIM-funded requests under implementation that are set bottom-up, meaning intervention-specific, and through engagement at proposal stage in the technical exchange phase with the Secretariat is a good way to capture country priorities and related tracking capabilities, and thus support learning by doing, rather than coming up with a long list of overly detailed indicators set by the Secretariat as defaults. A non-negotiable part that comes with this flexibility, however, should be the insistence on setting baselines for country-owned project-level indicators, as well as committing to collecting disaggregated data by gender, age, and other intersectional factors to ensure that impact of measures for affected populations and the beneficiary that are to benefit from BIM interventions can be accounted for. Country support system grants could be specifically delivered to support that capacity. The FRLD under the BIM must be a part of the solution to address and fill existing data gaps on loss and damage needs and priorities. This must be an important priority from the start of FRL-funded activities, which will also help recipient countries to refine further planning and budget requirements to address loss and damage. Aggregating up results on the BIM portfolio level is still important, though. Thus, we appreciate a focus of the suggested cross-cutting core indicators with further refinements, pointing out that in particularly beyond T15, parts that speak to non-economic loss and damage, and thus are the truly innovative results measurements effort should be strengthened. However, in our opinion, these core indicators are still too narrowly quantitative and output-focused and do not allow for an assessment of the quality and the impact of the support provided. This holds also true for the key enabler indicators and its sub-themes. This tracking through the BIM RMF should, if these indicators are adopted, therefore be accompanied by the annual, midterm, and final evaluation reporting efforts that request additional narrative focused on quality and impact achieves. CSS should also be used to support countries' bottom-up development of qualitative indicators and funding requests that capture implementation outcomes and impacts. Lastly, we feel that Track 2 indicators on FRLD effectiveness and operational performance, again with a focus on quantitative measures, are too detailed and largely inadequate in the context of the limited timeline and limited funding envelope for the BIM, and thus the limited number of BIM proposals for which portfolio-level aggregate measurement is proposed. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Liane. I'll now hand it over to the Secretariat for some quick round of responses to that second round of comments. Sandra, you have the floor.
Thank you very much for this additional round of rich and constructive comments. We have duly noted these comments. We will now, together with the co-chairs, discuss and propose a way forward for the RMF. And I think with that, we will come back to you with more specific steps. Thank you very much for your engagement.
Thank you, Sandra, and thank you, colleagues, for this very rich engagement. I think it's important that we replace. There's been a lot of comments on the substance, on engaging on the language directly of some of these documents. This has been a while coming. We had a lot of discussions on this and very rich engagements on this at B8, and framed this as the RMF for the BIM. And we understand that this is moving, and it's helping us move to the long-term models by also helping us write that story, I think is how Antoine used those wording, and I think it's quite a helpful way to look at it and to gather the learning that we need as we move toward the long-term model, but allowing for the flexibility, which is a key guiding principle of this RMF, is that flexibility that we need at this stage as we are learning. So some of you already mentioned that you will be sending your comments in writing. I believe that will be very helpful, and encourage those of you that can and will do so to send those. We will continue working with Sandra in updating and preparing a new version of this text while we are here, and encourage that the Secretariat approach those of you that had specific comments to make sure that we are progressing and finding a landing zone before we issue that next iteration that hopefully we will adopt before we leave, as this is a key document for this session. So if that is agreeable to everyone, we would park this discussion here for today and continue in the course of the meeting. Thank you so much for your agreement, and give us a moment to advise on how we'll move on to the next agenda. I think we deserve a short 5-minute coffee break, since this was a long discussion, but I'll think please no more than 5 minutes so that we move on.
So, colleagues, welcome back. Kaiser? Kaiser? Of course, you're free to. Sorry, your seat is filled already. Sorry. So, colleagues, welcome back. Just before we move on, as far as the last item was concerned, the results measurement framework. If you do have any further input and that you would like to provide in writing, please do so by midnight. By midnight, tonight midnight, so that the Secretariat has everything they need in order to work on a revised proposal. Secondly, we had from our side planned to open our discussion on the country support system, but as you are well aware of, we spent quite an amount of time on this in our informal meeting yesterday. The Secretariat received a good amount of comments. There were questions for clarification. And the Secretariat is presently working on incorporating those comments into the proposal that I have prepared. So you will receive an updated proposal sometime tonight. And we think it's better if we start our discussion based on that update for sake of efficiency. So we will then put this on the agenda for our schedule tomorrow and start working from that basis. I hope that's okay. So then our suggestion now is that we move to agenda item 17, which is our very important dialogue with the civil society. As you will recall from our first meeting back in B1, the board has invited representatives from the 9 observer constituencies of the UNFCCC to observe open sessions of the board meeting under the interim arrangements that apply until the observer policy is adopted. As at previous meetings, the board will now engage in a dialogue with the representatives of the 9 UNFCCC observer constituencies represented at this meeting. So on behalf of the board, we welcome observer representatives and thank them as always for their continued engagement with the work of the fund. And I would like to invite them to share their perspectives and recommendations. We have you seated at the table behind there, and we found that is the easiest way of doing the organization in the room. So I will just hand over to you, and you of course share between yourself how you want to use your time. Leandre, are you taking the kickoff from your side? Please.
Yes, thank you very much to the co-chairs, and thank you for the board. We know this is a very packed agenda in the course of those 3 meetings. The more important it is that we allow for that time here. We are also fearing that obviously once some of the discussions gets heated and once we get into decision drafting, that there might be less opportunities for us to come in, which is also one of the reasons why we obviously treasure that opportunity for the civil society dialogue or the dialogue with observers as part of the agenda. But again, also want to reiterate that we hope that it's not the only opportunity to engage. Obviously, at the pleasure of the co-chairs and the board, and mindful of everything that is going on in this very important meeting. So maybe just as a quick overview, we have representatives from several of the 9 UNN constituencies here, but not all of them. And for the ones that are here, we did coordinate some of that in the form of joint interventions or joint statements, and some just basically to make sure that colleagues from different constituencies have their opportunity to have their say. So we have representative from the children and youth constituencies, from the local governments, LGMA, from the women and gender constituency, from the environmental organizations, representing both of the major networks under the environmental organizations, namely Climate Action International and Demanding Climate Justice. We have the Indigenous Peoples Organization, and then we also have a representative from the research organizations. As I said, not all of the ones, and that obviously does not mean that other observer groups don't have opinions and needs to be heard by the board, but that's who we have represented here for this exchange, and we really hope that it is an exchange, and hopefully we have enough time for that. With that, I wanted to basically give the floor to our colleagues from the local from LGMA, from the local governments and communities. He's going to introduce himself, and then other colleagues will follow, who also will introduce themselves, and in each of the cases indicate on whose behalf they are speaking. So thank you very much for your attention, and I know it's late in the afternoon. I hope there still is attention and that we can get to the exchange part. Thank you.
Thank you very much, honorable co-chairs, distinguished members of the board, colleagues, and fellow observers. I speak on behalf of the local governments and municipal authorities constituency. My name is Elmer Datuin. I am a city councilor of Baguio City, Philippines, and also a chair for advocacy of the Philippine Councilors League. We welcome the board's continued work on observer participation, active observers, and consultative forums. These are not only procedural questions, they are central to the legitimacy and effectiveness of the fund. Loss and damage is experienced in territories. It is experienced when families are displaced, when homes are destroyed, when heat affects health, when local infrastructure fails, when public services are interrupted, when livelihoods are lost, and when communities face losses that cannot be fully measured in economic terms. In these moments, local and regional governments are often the first public institutions called to respond. Mayors, councilors, governors, and local authorities work with communities before, during, and after climate impacts. They have a central role in evacuation, provision of essential services, civil protection, housing, public health, service restoration, local economic recovery, and long-term reconstruction. This is why the fund must be designed not only to operate at the global and national levels, but also to reach the territories where loss and damage is actually experienced. We welcome the recognition of the 9 UNFCCC observer constituencies, including LGMA, in the draft policy on active observers. This recognition should be preserved. It is important that local and regional governments are recognized as a distinct constituency and as public actors in the loss and damage agenda. We also welcome the explicit recognition of national, regional, and local governments in the definition of stakeholders in the draft guidelines on consultative forums. This recognition should now be operationalized in country-level engagement. At the same time, meaningful observer participation requires more than a seat in the room. Active observers need timely access to documents, sufficient time to consult their constituencies, clear opportunities to provide written and oral inputs, and participation in relevant intersessional processes. We ask for clarification on the proposed 2 seats during the dialogue with civil society. If those seats are meant for all active observers collectively, the process for their use should be transparent and should not prevent all constituencies from contributing meaningfully. On the term of active observers, we support rotation and broader representation. However, during the fund's first operational years, continuity and institutional memory will also be essential in effectively delivering its mandate. We therefore encourage the board to consider staggered or transitional arrangements for the first cycle of active observers. We also suggest clarifying the wording on the cooling off period after 2 consecutive terms so that it applies to serving again as an active observer or alternate and does not restrict general observer accreditation. On consultative forums, we welcome the proposed guidelines, but these forums should not only be spaces for communication. They should help shape the fund's policies, access modalities, funding approaches, assessment methodologies, results framework, and learning systems. For the LGMA, which I represent, it is essential that country-level consultative forums include local and regional governments where funded activities affect local infrastructure, housing, public services, urban areas, informal settlements, climate migration, displacement, planned relocation, social protection, or territorial recovery. Country ownership is essential, but it should include meaningful engagement, consultation, and dialogue across levels of government in accordance with national institutional arrangement. We welcome the proposal for a global stakeholder forum in 2029, but we encourage the board not to wait until then. Earlier regional and thematic consultations are needed on access, territorial delivery, urban and territorial loss and damage, climate mobility, and non-economic losses. As the fund moves towards implementation, we encourage the board to ensure that the observer architecture and consultative forums help connect global decisions with local realities. The fund has an opportunity to set a new standard for climate finance, one that does not only reach the ground, but is informed by the ground. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much to our colleague from the LGMA, and it might not surprise you that we have another intervention that focuses on the observer policies. Just pointing out, obviously, how important that is for all of our constituencies here. And I just want to make those comments on behalf of ENGO, Women and Gender Constituency, Youth and Children and Youth Constituency, and the Indigenous Peoples Constituency. And this is really just to remind the board, if you need a reminder, that observers have played an active and really indispensable role in pushing the fund through their relentless advocacy and support into existence. Now that the board is tackling operationalization and looking at the first funding requests, observers must continue to play a key role, including as active observers in board meetings and, importantly, related proceedings in demanding transparency and accountability of FRLD operations and funding actions to ensure the fund's focus on securing impacts for communities affected by loss and damage. This is why considering and approving the active observer policy and the guidelines for consultative forums here at B9 is a core element of ensuring the quality of BIM operationalization and implementation, and it should not be further delayed. The active observer policy has some welcome elements, including, importantly, travel support for developing country active observers, which was promised to be included in such a policy by the board in earlier discussions around the rules of procedures and its own travel policy. Nevertheless, it does not reflect everything from the consultations held over the past several months our groups hoped for. And I want to just pause here for a second and thank the Secretariat for the engagement that we had on the active observer policies. Again, this was a learning experience for all of us, but we appreciate the effort. We are, for example, disappointed that it did not allow for the representation of affected groups like climate-induced migrants or people living with disabilities, which are not formally represented in UNFCCC constituencies. And it also provides only 2 designated seats at the board table for standing agenda items. We heard that concern already. So this is something where we think it needs clarification of whether that is in any form an attempt to limit, how many of the active observers can speak. We would have additionally hoped for some clearer procedural commitment to information sharing, disclosure, and engagement beyond board meetings, as what we are seeing currently in the policy. This is something that we have pushed for consistently. Likewise, the guidelines for consultative forum need further elaboration, but it is important to think about engagement opportunities for a broader set of stakeholders at multiple levels, as the colleague from the LGMA has pointed out, and not just as an afterthought when core operational policies affecting stakeholders are already set. Anchoring those guidelines in principles is crucial, and yes, this must include a human rights-based grounding and understanding of many particularly affected groups as right holders. While we understand that the policies have been consulted with the board, we have not seen the compilation document of board members' comments on the draft policies, as well as the detailed comments shared through submissions from observer organizations and constituencies, many of which are not yet posted on the FRLD webpage. Such submissions and comments should have been shared as a matter of transparency and to facilitate discussion not just with the board members but also with observers. We want to take this particular opportunity here of the dialogue to thus discuss the concerns or hear of the concerns and comments from board members on those policies, noting that continuing a process of delay without transparency will reflect poorly on the fund in this very moment of operationalizing some of its core functions. True to the FRLD mandate and ambition to be innovative and forward-looking, to go beyond existing approaches in setting new and best practices, let us follow through and complete the process set forth at B6 so that observers' diverse experience, including technical experience, can support the strengthening of the fund's operation. Thank you very much. And with this, I give to my colleague JL, who will introduce himself.
Thank you, Leanne. And my name is J.L. Algo. I am the representative once more for the Children Youth constituency under the UNFCCC, also known as YOUNGO. And I would like to take this opportunity to also thank the co-chairs and the FRLD Secretariat for our engagements for the last couple of days. And also, thank you for the opportunity to intervene. And we reiterate that these comments were coordinated among the ENGO, specifically the Climate Action Network and the Demand Climate Justice, along with the Women and Gender and Indigenous Peoples constituencies. So basically, what we're trying to say is that the numbers don't lie. 176 funding requests for the loss and damage fund support totaling $2.8 billion. And only a few short months after the BIM opened up for proposals, that's proof of the scale of need in developing countries. And while we, yes, with our support as well, we celebrate that the Loss and Damage Fund has established and promoted itself so quickly, we have some concerns now that so many of these requests are in the pipeline. First, on the transparency of the funding proposals, it is disturbing, quite frankly, not to have access to the full scope of proposal documentation for funding proposals for consideration, in particular the annexes, which presumably includes much of the detail and specifics that would be required for genuine public scrutiny and accountability. In particular, these are the parts of the funding requests that would show the extent to which inclusive stakeholder engagement has been conducted in the design of proposals. And given the importance of that the Loss and Damage Fund claims to put on inclusivity and responsiveness to community needs, this is a crucial level of transparency that should be the baseline for all funding requests put forward to the board. We reiterate again that $2.8 billion is more than 11 times the funding that is currently available under the $250 million of the BIM as currently constituted. And that is a clear example of how developed countries are failing to provide the necessary scale of resources, and that this inadequacy of pledged, committed, and available funds combined with the massive amount of demand risks creating a situation where developing countries are forced to compete with each other for crumbs. The scale of funding requests call to mind paragraph 3 of the governing instrument of this fund, which highlights the need for urgent and immediate new, additional, predictable, and adequate financial resources. And we would like to remind the board members that this exact same paragraph 3 also states the high ambition of this fund, that it aims to be a new channel for multilateral finance to assist countries in responding to loss and damage. And getting the funding requests in, while commendable, it's only just the beginning. Now we need to make sure that we have enough funds to turn these requests into reality, to turn words into action, to make it to the end. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this opportunity. I'm Grace Balawag from the Indigenous Peoples constituency. And we would like to deliver these comments, which was coordinated among the various constituencies of the environmental NGOs, women and gender, youth NGOs, and the Indigenous Peoples constituencies. We wanted to comment on the updated board work plan for 2026, which was shared this morning and includes already an indicative outlook of the board's tasks to develop the long-term operational procedures, most of which will only start in 2027 to 2028. First, we are dismayed to see that the community grant modality, which was indicated to start after B9, according to the B8 version of the work plan, is no longer included or even referenced in the outlook for 2027-2028. Small grant supporting communities are a dedicated access modality under paragraph 49D of the governing instrument. While we are glad to see that work of the rapid disbursement modalities is at least referenced for 2027-2028, although likewise postponed, that leaves the small grants modality now as the only mandated access modality that is postponed ad infinitum. This is not acceptable for the affected communities that the fund has said it is committed to serve. We urge the board to provide clarity on when the community grant modality is to be considered. Technical work and consultation with observers, many of whom have hands-on experience working with and advocating for small grants approaches, as reflected in our previous comprehensive submissions, could already start. For example, benchmarking of existing financial intermediary funds that are also providing mechanisms for direct access to the communities, including under World Bank hosting arrangements, could begin immediately. We are pleased to see that the board intends to adopt a fund-specific information disclosure policy at B10. As we have long argued, while some of the project implementation-related aspects of information disclosure fall under the mandate of access and implementing entities, the fund should also have a dedicated information disclosure policy at the fund level, specifically for fund activities that fall outside of project cycles and funding requests. In line with best practice, we ask that the board develops and approves a proactive information policy that starts with a presumption to disclose, to aid the transparency, accountability, and effectiveness of the fund. We also request that observers are involved early in consultations on developing such a policy. In the same vein, missing from the board's work plan is the necessity for the FRLD to have its own human rights-based gender and indigenous peoples policy. The GI is very explicit in paragraph 5, with a mandate to take a culturally sensitive and gender-responsive approach. The mandate of such distinct separate policies on gender and indigenous peoples express requirements and an understanding of doing good with respect to gender equality and equity and indigenous peoples' rights in all the fund's operations, including at the Secretariat and the board level and its external engagements. We therefore call for the board to put work on a fund-specific gender and indigenous peoples policies on its work plan as soon as possible. For example, by tasking the Secretariat with a benchmarking study, as well as a legal analysis on the gaps and an assessment of what this would entail for the fund's long-term operation. We also remind, however, that deliberations on the gender and indigenous peoples policies should not impede resource mobilization in replenishment processes and should not hamper access to the fund for all developing countries. I thank you.
Thank you, Grace. My name is Elaine from the Asian People's Movement on Debt and Development, or APMDD. We are a member organization of ENGO, Global Campaign to Demand Climate Justice, or DCJ. These comments were likewise coordinated among the ENGO CAN and ENGO DCJ, Women and Gender, Youngo, and Indigenous Peoples constituencies, and we will be speaking about resource mobilization. While we sit comfortably in these halls, Super Typhoon Inday threatens to inundate our people here in the Philippines amid a super El Nino that will supercharge the climate crisis. This combination alone is expected to cost billions in loss and damage. But there is another disaster before us, that the fund might run out of resources before ever reaching our people affected by Inday, Super El Nino, or other climate disasters. We are alarmed that the fund's commitment authority only stands at $165 million, making it impossible to double an already small funding envelope for the BIM. Such a meager commitment authority is unsurprising, however, with 45% of pledges still undelivered to the fund. But even if all pledges to the fund were delivered overnight, current pledges would have to increase by 239% to meet the whopping $2.8 billion demanded by the current pipeline. Therefore, RMS Stage 1 must urgently convert existing pledges, make all contribution agreements publicly available, and ensure transparent reporting on delivery and delays. And more importantly, it must have the ambition to scale up pledges to the billions and even trillions that our peoples and communities urgently need. Without new, additional, accessible, adequate, and predictable grants-based finance, the fund will not be able to fulfill its mandate. We urge the board to prioritize resource mobilization and replenishment and decide on these matters equitably. Public and grants-based climate finance delivery by global north governments must serve as the primary contributions to the fund, consistent with legal obligations under the UNFCCC. These include Article 9.1 of the Paris Agreement and Article 4.3 of the Convention. COP and CMA decisions also reiterate such obligations, such as paragraph 12 of Decision 1 CP28, which urged developed countries to provide support for addressing loss and damage. Loss and damage finance cannot be reduced to public and private investment, private sector mobilization, innovative finance, or voluntary contributions, but recognized and upheld as the legal obligations of global north governments. New, accessible, adequate, and predictable trillions are available in war and military spending, royalty payments, fossil fuel subsidies, as well as in policies for tax, trade, and debt justice. And we encourage the board and the FRLD Secretariat to explore these avenues as well. Finally, rights-based constituencies must be consulted, informed, and included throughout the resource mobilization and replenishment processes to ensure that the needs and interests of peoples and communities take center stage. Remember our people as they bear the weight of Super Typhoon Indai and Super El Nino. Remember that this fund belongs to them too. Thank you.
Thank you, Elaine, and to our colleagues from the rights-based constituencies. This intervention will be short, but before that, please allow me to thank the government of the Philippines for hosting us. Good afternoon, everyone. I am Charles Zander de Luna from the World's Youth for Climate Justice, and I am speaking on behalf of RINGO, the Research and Independent Organizations constituency. We welcome the collaborative process undertaken by the Secretariat, observers, and UNFCCC constituencies in developing the active observer policy and the consultative forum guidelines. It was difficult but a learning process, but a learning experience that involved colleagues sharing and working to understand many perspectives during the development. As the fund continues its operationalization and begins responding to the growing needs of communities affected by loss and damage, it is important that this process of developing the policy now reaches its conclusion. We therefore encourage the board to adopt the active observer policy and the guidelines for consultative forum at this meeting without delay. At the same time, these policies should continue to evolve as living instruments. The consultative forum should provide meaningful opportunities for engagement across a broad range of stakeholders and be firmly grounded in human rights. Finally, transparency is essential to building confidence in these policies. In agreement to what our colleagues from the rights-based constituencies have said, we think the compilation of board comments alongside observer submissions on the draft policies should have been shared to us in the spirit of transparency and informed dialogue. And that could have reflected the fund's commitment to inclusive and forward-looking governance. Nevertheless, again, we thank the Secretariat and the board for their continued support in this process, and we hand back to the co-chair for responses.
Thank you. Thank you so much to you all. I think that your statements really reflects the breadth and deep interest of civil society in the Fund for Responding to Loss and Damage. And I do also want to recognize the crucial role that civil society played in the establishment of the fund and continues to play in its further development and in making the fund operational and deliver on its goals. I would also like just to emphasize also that we do appreciate the engagement and input to the process of the board, both during our meetings and in between in preparations for our meetings in various modes, including through engagement with our Secretariat. We do make efforts to continuously improve in how civil society engages with the board. And I also acknowledge the importance of the active observer policy and the guidelines on consultative forums, as you have mentioned, where drafts have now been presented to the board. And once again, thank you for those statements. I would then like to open the floor if there is anyone in the board that would like to provide any reflections and responses to the statements that you have heard. Yes, please.
Many thanks, Jörg, and many thanks to the observers for your detailed and considered comments, and of course the extensive efforts that you've made to travel to this board meeting today. This standing agenda item is a very important item for this seat. And firstly, I would like to thank you and civil society at large for your active engagement and outreach, which I have no doubt has enhanced the visibility of the fund and has played an important role in getting the volume of funding requests that we have received under the BIM. As you have mentioned, the volume of funding requests is indicative of the needs on the ground, which is increasing by every day that we sit here. And you have also mentioned that it will be multiplied by the incoming Typhoon Indai and the Super El Nino. I would also like to note that yesterday it was particularly useful to hear your comments in an informal setting on the country support system. I believe this was a first for the board. Sorry, I've got a really bad cough. And perhaps a practice that could be considered moving forward. We understand that you have all been engaged on the active observer policy, but have taken note of the additional comments that we have heard here today. We have heard your comments regarding the inclusion of the most vulnerable groups, including persons with disabilities, migrants, and displaced people, and this is something that this seat feels very strongly about. We have submitted in writing to the Secretariat and have requested that they engage with you on how the views and perspectives of these groups and other vulnerable groups could be included. The active observer policy is an important policy that is on the agenda for this week, and we look forward to further institutionalizing your role as the fund finally moves towards implementation. Thank you.
Thank you, Corina. Walter, please. Yes, please, Walter.
Thank you. I'm sorry, I wasn't sure it was me. No, first of all, to thank all the observers for very, very rich inputs and for reminding us the important contribution they have provided to the establishment of the fund, to the development of the policy, and the role that they can still play in this process of building and implementing the responses to loss and damage. To highlight also the references they have made to the specific impacts and the typhoon, the Super El Nino that is coming, and that includes also the importance we attach and that we have very, very present in our daily interactions and these policies, policy making and reflections what the reality is there for persons on the ground. Just two additional points. We also recognize the importance of the reference and linkages with human rights that they have made throughout the interventions. We acknowledge, of course, the specific impacts of the economic and non-economic impacts and losses resulted from climate change and the impact in full enjoying of several series of human rights. To highlight that having the advantage of being in Geneva and present in the Human Rights Council, there was a resolution that was agreed only yesterday in the Human Rights Council on the annual resolution on human rights and climate change, which include a number of references to loss and damage and to the fund, and that they need to strengthen the replenishment and the resource mobilization for loss and damage responses, taking into account their impact on a series of human rights. So just to highlight that was a consensually agreed resolution with a very long negotiation that I was involved in the past weeks in Geneva. It was only the gathering yesterday, but it was negotiated until the week before. Together with the other resolutions that we have there, including the one on the impact on civil labor rights, impact on human rights last year, also where we were part of the core group. So to make a reflection of the specific vulnerabilities that different group of persons suffer in the top of the impacts that they already have. Again, to thank their presence, to also remain attentive to the contribution that they have provided to other agenda items in this process and policy discussion. We also will intervene in constructively in the discussion of the active observer policies that we have for this agenda, and once again to thank their presence and engagement here. Thank you.
Thank you, Walter. Then I have Jette next, please.
Thank you very much. To the observers, our seat is committed to the meaningful dialogue with civil society. We welcome a strong engagement from the UNFCCC constituencies in the work of the fund. We also recognize that civil society, local communities, indigenous peoples, marginalized groups are really first responders on the front lines, and therefore it is very important to see their early involvement in decisions pertaining to how to address loss and damage. And I would also like to welcome the important resolution that was adopted on the human rights implications related to climate change. And we believe that human rights and indigenous people's rights are crucial, and it's really an important evolvement that we see that this resolution was adopted. And then finally, just to point again to the Super El Niño and what that means to the issue of climate-induced loss and damage. And I think it also clearly demonstrates the scale that we need to address, and also it illustrates that we do not only have the fund responding to loss and damage, but we also have a number of other financing mechanisms. So it is very important to look at the complementarity of the existing funds in dealing with Super El Niño when it's coming. And there I think we also have to look at humanitarian finance, development finance, and all in all the complementarity of various finance mechanisms. Thanks.
Thank you, Jette. Then Manuela.
Thanks, Georg, and thanks to the observers for joining us again at this important meeting in Manila. And just very briefly seconding my colleagues, Karina, Walter, and Jette, in congratulating and thank you for your continued support to development of the fund. I think your constant reminders of the importance of the work and of the speed we need to deliver has been instrumental for bringing us to where we are today. We also thank you in particular for your constant support in drafting the active observer policy. That's an important agenda item we are having sometime soon, and so we look forward to working with you based on this active observer policy, and look forward to also seeing your suggestions on how to bring that into life in the following board meetings. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Manuela. Next I have Tamim.
Thank you, Co-Chair, for giving me the floor. Let me at the outset thank the important role of observer that they play in the fund, and I think it's very crucial for us to involve them further in our discussions throughout all the agenda items, not only the active observer policy or the consultative forums. And I think also there are particular importance that they should be also participating in the resource mobilization strategy discussions that we are going to have. And we need to minimize as much as we can the executive sessions or closed session and resource mobilization strategy for them to be involved in these discussions also. I would like to highlight also the importance of reflect on some of the comments that has been mentioned by Engo, and reminding us about the legal obligation and the role that developed country play in replenishing these funds. And I think with these legal obligations, us being reminded of to replenish the fund that is shown, the oversubscription that we have in the BIM. It only indicates the scale of needs that is needed for this fund. Also, on the observer policy, we also had our concerns in terms of how the diversity on the Global South representation, how it's been treated. And I think there is room to improve the Global South participants and how do we involve observers from the Global South into coming to our, and Global South institutions to come into our board meetings. I think this is a very crucial in terms of how do we ensure the diversity also in the observer constituency and the sustainability of their different inputs. In terms of a question that I would like to dedicate to the observer also, so I can make this a little bit interactive, how do you think we can meaningfully involve Global South participant in these engagements, and how we can also provide support to these institutions who are in the Global South, that they could attend these meetings. And I think it's very important also to have general reflections in terms of support and their involvement. I see an element of support to the observer constituency, but I think that needs to be also strengthened towards Global South institutions. With that, thank you.
Thank you, Tamim. Then Kirsty, please.
Thanks very much, Chair. First of all, thanks very much to all of our observers for coming along and participating in this meeting. The input that you provide, through direct forums like this, individual agenda items, but also just in these side conversations in the hallway is incredibly invaluable. And I know it takes time away from your sort of regular jobs and away from your families, and it's an important thing that you do, and so thank you very much for that. I would like to sort of just really highlight the El Nino point that was made by observers. This is a looming issue that is being highlighted increasingly in forums. It's something that has a direct bearing on everything that we are going to be doing over the next 6 to 12 months in this forum, but also not just in this board, but more broadly across sort of the development and climate change architecture. Please keep advocating on this. It is a very significant issue, and it will affect people broadly, frankly, including in my country, in Australia, which is also a very dry country. Obviously, we have very different impacts to developing countries, but it is a global problem. So please keep advocating on that. As others have said, we look forward to finalising the observer policy at this meeting. It is a really critical piece of architecture within the operation of the FRLD. And thank you very much for the input and the really active consultation and engagement process that you've engaged in developing that observer policy. It is really important for how we work. Once we've actually finalised the policy, that's not the end of it, of course. We then move into implementation, and we look forward to doing that in future board meetings. Thanks.
Thank you. Kirsty, I don't see anyone else asking for the floor. Yes, Adao, please.
Thank you very much, Greg.
we would like to thank the observer constituencies for their continued commitment to the success of this very important fund. I think together we have established this fund, and I think when we established this fund, it was very much supported by civil society organizations, so we really appreciate that. So civil society has been instrumental in bringing the fund to where it is now today. And that contribution deserves recognition of all communities around the world with regard to the contribution given by the civil society organization. From LDC perspective, we particularly welcome the inclusion of the travel support for active observers from developing countries. And I think without such support, many of the voices from the communities from most affected countries by climate change would simply not be able to participate in our discussions like today. This is an important step for inclusion. So the policy provides an opportunity to learn through implementation and to review what works and what can be strengthened over the time. We encourage continued engagement of the observers through the dialogues like one that we are having at the moment, and of course continue bringing instrumental in this very important process, which is involving active participation of civil society organizations. So with that, once again, thank you very much for continued support from civil society organization toward these very important discussions. So thank you very much, Greg.
Thank you, Ado. Well, our friends from the civil society, you have heard some responses from board members and even also some questions back to you. So I would just like to pass the floor back for any responses from your side to what you have heard. Leon?
Yes, thank you very much to board members for the engagement and also the encouragement and what I hope for hearing was the confirmation that indeed the board is committed to move the active observer policy and the guidelines on consultative forums forward here at this board, because as we have said, we are fearing that deferment might end up being indefinite postponement, and unfortunately we have some experience in other fund settings that some efforts to provide guidelines on observer participation have lingered on other funds' work programs, if they even make it on the work programs repeatedly for years. So again, we would urge to find out where some of the sticking points and in terms of board members' concerns about bringing the policy here forward are. Engage and would welcome engagement from our observer constituencies in the hallways on some of those specific points and really come to the adoption of the policies here, mindful that they are not perfect, mindful that they do contain some starting point for the consultative forums, and there was the question that was asked by a couple of colleagues of how can we really make sure that we bring in the voices of those most affected. And yes, obviously, the idea is to be reflective of those voices through the active observer. But even with the 9 active observer proposed, there is a limit of how diverse and how inclusive a range of voices you can bring to the board, and that cannot be the only engagement of the communities, but looking at what is possible on the country level, not only in the project cycle, but, for example, through the engagement with national focal points, through regional forums, through some of the other possible engagement forums, through maybe advisory forums or advisory group. There could be a community or migrant advisory group or some similar bodies that the board could encourage to set up. Committees could invite special actors or community representatives to actually testify or give some indications in their work to clarify as operational policies are being developed. And again, I think there is a lot of ways to bring that forward. And yes, and thank you for acknowledging that, Ambassador Adao, the travel support that is asked for in the active observer policy is a start. It's obviously not sufficient to bring every community voice to the board, but without it, there is not the representation, even in the active observer representation from developing countries that you're asking for. All of our organizations are not funded to do that work. A lot of us have to do cross-financing to actually squeeze out the time, squeeze out the opportunity to engage in the board, with funding being cut for a lot of civil society organizations. So this is actually something that is core, and that a fund that wants to be a precedent setting, that wants to be inclusive, that wants to hear the voices of community, simply has to take on as a matter of being able to fulfill the vision. And this cannot be subsumed or sacrificed under the label of cost effectiveness when we have many procedures, consultancies, and other factors that come into the daily operation of the fund that cost a lot more than providing a couple of flights for the participation of affected community and voices from the Global South in those fund meetings and proceedings will. I also want to highlight and really very much appreciate the references that were made to the negotiations, and thank you very much, Walter, for that, of the Human Rights Council and the resolution being made that actually makes the very, very clear link between human rights violation and what is happening with loss and damage. And I want to point out, and I put that also in the context of the inadequacy of funding provided, that human rights are violated because there is not enough funding available, and that is not enough funding prioritized to actually put action forward to address loss and damage, particularly on a community level. And that I'm just doing the circle back to some of our comments. It's very important that the board recognizes the unique opportunity that is set in the governing instrument, where we have recognized community small grants modality as a distinct access modality, that this is not something that is postponed and taken as, yeah, maybe we'll get to it, but this is part of the innovative feature that the fund needs to bring forward. And with that, I'll see if any of my other colleagues wants to come in. Thank you very much.
Hello, just to reiterate, so in terms of meaningfully involving participation in the Global South, I am here as a representative of a big network of organizations that aren't able to make it here because of a lack of resources, because of being saddled with a lot of work at the national and local level, having to be with communities. So it's really important that firstly, those burdens are considered when it comes to Global South organizations participating. We can't have Global South organizations having to review hundreds of documents with hundreds of pages. There has to be a conscious effort to solicit inputs in where they're needed. But also, just to reiterate what my colleague Liana has said, it's really important to implement observer accreditation policy that was already passed, but also keeping the travel support in the active observer policy would really help and support the Global South CSOs to participate. But also, just to respond briefly on some other points in terms of finance, on the need to build complementarity and coherence with humanitarian finance, development finance, and other complementary mechanisms. The first point I'd like to make here is that the important context is that ODA, humanitarian assistance, etc., it's already decreasing anyway, which is why this fund has to scale up in terms of resources, in terms of the delivery of legal obligations. Second, this is why we keep saying that climate finance has to be new and additional according to the convention. Article 4.3 of the convention states these adjectives explicitly. Climate finance isn't ODA, it isn't charity, it isn't aid. It's finance directly channeled to the UNFCCC financial mechanisms. The fund is an operating entity of the UNFCCC financial mechanism, and its main responsibility, our main responsibility as a board, as observers, is with respect to climate finance directly channeled to the UNFCCC. Other financial contributions that fall outside of this scope would be difficult to be held accountable because they're not within our mandate. But also, thirdly, they don't consider historical responsibility in terms of the climate crisis. They don't consider who was most responsible historically to the greenhouse gas emissions, and that's the basis of the principles that we're working with in the convention, and that has to be the principles that we also work with as a fund. That's all. Maybe my other colleagues would like to come in also.
Thanks very much for the responses from the board. I'd just like to answer to Tanimi's question on the engagement of Global South institutions and observers. And I really think that, and this part is on behalf of my organization and not Ringo, we really think that meaningful engagement of Global South institutions starts with recognizing that participation is not only about being invited to the table, this table right here at the back, but also having the capacity and resources to engage effectively. And this is where, of course, and thanks to Ambassador Del for recognizing it, and the travel support provision comes in the active observer policy. And we think also that engagement should begin well before board meetings and through accessible consultations and sufficient time for inputs, multilingual materials where possible that we have started to see from the Secretariat, and transparent sharing of draft documents and comments. And we also think that really proactively partnering with regional and national institutions that already have trusted relationships with affected communities, including research institutions, with CSOs and NGOs, could really help on the engagement of Global South, because these institutions are often best placed to bring grounded perspectives into the fund's decision making. And also on this slide, we'd like to, of course, bring up the accreditation policy for observers that was part of the observer policies that was initially considered before. And now we bring here and the encouragement to the fund to strengthen these observer accreditation by prioritizing diverse expertise from the Global South, including representatives of frontline and affected communities, in the recognition that lived experience is a form of expertise that complements technical and policy knowledge. And I'll stop there. Thanks very much.
Yeah, and just being mindful of the time as well, I'd just like to also respond to Tamim's comment about meaningfully involving, non-state actors in this process. And as much as we emphasize the importance of the active observers policy, we also need to emphasize the importance of the consultative forums guidelines policy as a means of cascading the impacts and the intended reach as well of the work of this fund to the community level, to the subnational level, to the national and regional levels as well. And for all the conversations yesterday, at least with the part of the informal board meeting that we're allowed to observe, regarding the country support systems and the setting up of regional desks, for example, that is something that perhaps can also be, in a way, for the lack of a better word, synergized with the conduct of the consultative forums guidelines policy. And that's also a way, as many of you have mentioned in the last hour, to be able to, for us to present as well some of the best practices, and as Charles just mentioned, the lived experiences on the ground as well, while also informing not just the short-term processes, but even potentially the long-term modalities that are not just on the financial side, but also on the engagement side as well. And I'll turn the floor over to my colleague, Sir Elmer from the LGMA.
Thank you to the board members for explicitly acknowledging the indispensable contribution of the civil society organization. As the representative of the LGMA constituency, we want to strongly echo and amplify those sentiments. In the face of climate-induced loss and damage, CSOs and local governments are not just observers, we are active partners on the ground. When climate disasters strike, it is our local communities, grassroots organizations, and municipal authorities working hand in hand to deliver immediate relief and long-term recovery. CSOs being invaluable local knowledge, community trust, and human rights-based perspective that ensure resources actually reach those who need them most. The success of this fund depends on the localized, agile, and inclusive access modalities. We look forward to ensuring that the voices of civil society and local governments continue to shape a truly responsive and equitable loss and damage fund. Thank you.
So, thank you to the Observer representatives and also the board members for this constructive dialogue, the exchange, and of course we look forward to your participation and engagement during the next 2 days of our meeting, both here in the room and also you make use of the possibilities that we have for exchanges and dialogue in the hallway. So with that, the board takes note of the dialogue, and I now close this agenda item. Colleagues, we have a couple of items left on our proposed schedule today, so I'll with that hand over to Camilla.
Thank you so much, Co-Chair, and thank you so much, colleagues, for your indulgence and to running a little bit late due to our late start. So I propose that we move on to agenda item 4C, report of the Commitment Authority. At B8, the board adopted decision B8D2 on the management of the Commitment Authority, including the methodology for estimating it, and requested the Secretariat to calculate the available Commitment Authority before the start of each board meeting, on the basis of the information received from the interim trustee, and to present the outcome to the board. The board has before it document FRLD/B9/3 and FRLD/B9/3 Core 1 report on the available Commitment Authority. I would like to invite the Secretariat to present the available Commitment Authority calculated for the time period of the report. Ibrahima, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Camilla. Since you've set the scene, I'm just going to hand over to Mathilde to walk you through the Commitment Authority. So Mathilde, the floor is yours. Through the co-chair.
Thank you. Asking the team to present the slides. And as it's being put on the screen, I will start. So this calculation is based on the information received from the interim trustee on the status of resources available in the trust fund. This will be a standard report to the board for every board meeting. Up to May 31st, 2026, we have received $429.12 million USD of cash in the trust fund. And as of May 31st, we have unencashed promissory notes of $26.84 million. The cash at the trust fund has earned investment income of $22.76 million US dollar. With all three added, the total resources received are $478.72 million. A standard formula for the calculation of commitment authority, we reduce it by the administrative budget approved by the board, the currency risk reserve of unencashed promissory notes in currency other than US dollar, in this case for 4 million, BIM allocation, which includes the initial allocation of 250 million allocated at B5, but also the oversight fee for 20 million allocated at B8. And we also deducted the annual allocation for the 7.5 million of the country support system allocated at B8. All of these adding up to 313.46 million. After adjusting for the administrative budget, currency risk reserve, and board allocation, the net amount calculated is of 165.26 million US dollar. This is the available commitment authority as at 31st of May 2026. The available commitment authority does not include soft allocations. So to fully give the information to the board, we have done the calculation with the expected funding commitment decision by the board that could be taken at B9 and B10. For B9, these are taken based on the published document for board review. For B10, these are taken as expected estimate that might come for board consideration at B10. So again, these are projections and these are not actual calculation. As these are not taken yet, these are not taken against the commitment authority, but are taken into consideration or to be taken into consideration at the start of the board meeting to have a forward-looking view of the commitments the board may take, especially the allocation needed for administrative budget. These are not meant to prejudge any board decision, but only to help with the forecasting estimates. Against the available commitment authority of 165 million that we calculated just before, we have the following soft commitment planned for B9, an additional administrative budget of 4.8 million, which has been sent to you, additional staffing budget calculated for 2027 and 28, which is only used to reserve the commitment authority, and oversight fee related to the country support system of 0.68 million. All three adding up to 15.78 million. With this adjustment, the net available commitment authority, as at B9, could be 449.49 million. We have also added the expected soft allocation for B10 to give the board forward-looking views of B10 with the current available resources. These are expected admin budget for 2027 of 22 million, additional staffing budget of 11 million for 2027, and expected allocation for CSS of 7.5 million for a second year of country support system. All three adding up to 40.5 million. With this adjustment, the net available commitment authority as at B10 is 109 million. While the 165 million is the actual commitment authority available as of May 31st, 2026, with the soft allocations accounting for, the net available commitment authority is 109 million. And allow me, as I conclude, just to say it's not so easy to step into Abdul's shoes, which I salute because he's following the board.
Thank you so much, Mathilde, for that presentation and for framing this document as one that allows the board to have an idea or to be informed in the commitment authority available for the decisions that it may take. With that, apologies. I would like to invite the board for any comments or questions that it might have, and the floor is now open. I see Richard.
Thank you, Camilla, and thank you for that presentation. I wonder if you could just put that slide back up again, the one with the soft allocations, because I'll talk to it once it's there. So, I have a question maybe of clarity that you can help me resolve. So, it seems to be the practice here that we include the uncashed promissory notes as part of the commitment authority, but that money is not actually available until it's cashed, right? So there could be a problem, I hope there isn't, that whoever's country issued that promissory note, when we request the cashment of that, they say we don't have money, or because it's subject to other resources. So I'm not quite sure if that's my understanding, then why would we include that in that 478 figure of total resources received? Because it would be additional to this. So that should actually be minus the $26.8 million, and that gives us a true reflection of what is in the commitment authority. But I'm sorry, if Abdul was here, I would have just asked him bilaterally. So it's not clear to me why we're actually counting something that, although yes, we have the promissory note, but we actually don't have the cash. So we shouldn't, my sense is we shouldn't be spending something that we don't actually have. I think that's the problem that I have. And then we still haven't yet received, again, correct me if I'm wrong, Camilla, the documentation or the assessment related to the agenda item on the potential additional resources available for the BIM, right? I think it's 8. The additional allocation for the BIM, right? We haven't received that, so we're not? No? Let me just check what agenda item that is. Sorry, I just come from a horrible meeting with the World Bank. So, excuse my 8F, yeah. So again, we don't really know what's coming under that agenda item. I've heard numbers of maybe another 100 million, right? And that would then leave, we would then be in deficit because we have the uncashed amount, right? So I'm not clear on that one. And then I know I know you're not asking us to approve those numbers, but why would we be approving the 2029 staffing budget at B9? Again, I'm not questioning the approval, but it says 2029 staffing budget requests. We haven't yet adopted. Anyway, it's just, I'm not questioning the amount, or I'm not saying I don't agree, but just that's a question. And then I'll raise additional issues under the next agenda item in relation to the trustee report. Thank you.
Thank you, Richard, for those questions, and confirm that document hasn't gone out. And apologies for the lateness in documents. But before I hand over to the Secretariat, Ali, please, you have the floor.
And I'm so happy that such a serious item is coming so early in the day when we are fresh. 165.26, and this, I understand, does not include 4.77 being requested under agenda item number 6 for budgetary increase for the Secretariat. Is that right? And my reading is that it does not have any arithmetics, so to speak, for 2.6 or whatever billion has been demanded on us through our requests. So even if we were not to honor any of that, now that we have the demand, the last line can move from whatever figure that we have minus what is expected, and it will have a minus of 2.6 or whatever billion. Is that right? That will be our projection. In other words, what I'm trying to say is there is no triangle or sequencing of our expenditures projected over next 1 or 2 years. The headroom is shrinking because all kinds of different demands. And I wanted to find out where is the headroom projection. It can easily be shown perhaps on a graph when we get red and there is no money and you are you are in a position, or you need to tell the board that after board meeting number X will not be able to convene a meeting. Or we will not be able to pay our employees beyond a certain point. Because if that kind of dreadful scenario is not analyzed by the board, nobody else would. And therefore, my submission is we need to have that scenario, no matter how hypothetical it is, no matter how dreadful it, and no matter how unlikely that is. Nevertheless, it is a current scenario for us. Also, I would like to request that we just discussed or will be discussing during this meeting RMS. If this projection, this presentation, and the requested increase in budget, and the demand on our resources as a result of proposals that we solicited, is not integrated in RMS, RMS becomes a very theoretical, very confined or narrow strategy for us. It does not help us guide in our replenishment or in capitalization of the fund. These are integrated issues, and therefore I've been saying that there's a kind of gridlock. Each document has a cascading effect on others. And we need to be earnest in our effort to point out through cross-referencing. So my submission is RMS should allude to some of the issues that I have alluded to or referred to. I do not need to take everybody's time to repeat myself, but if necessary, I'll be happy to have a side conversation. But then they also need to have a section how it is linked with our replenishment and capitalization strategy. How would it affect one way or the other? And third, I would like to see a graph, possibly in B10, whenever that happens, where is the headroom and when it begins to get yellow or red, so that at least board's horizon, and board members are very influential. When they go to their capitals, they're going to make requests to their governments to replenish this fund or not, or at what scale. At least developed country representatives are representing very influential capitals for us. They need to have a realistic picture in front of them. So I rest my case, Secretariat, through you, to bring us to speed on the real issues. We are lagging behind in our projections. Thank you.
Thank you, Ali. I have Antoine.
Thank you very much for the presentation, and I'd like to follow up on two of the questions because I think they are interesting questions. So one on the promissory note, and the second one on basically on the scope of the forward-looking picture that we want to have as part of this exercise. So my understanding is that we discussed that when we approved the commitment authority policy last time, and it's true that so perhaps you can confirm, but my understanding is that with respect to the promissory note, we accepted to have that as part of the commitment authority with the understanding that these were unconditional promises, that there was no, let's say, schedule issues with respect to being able to encash those promissory notes, and that you had enforceable rights vis-à-vis so if this is not the case, indeed this should not be part of the commitment authority, I think. But my understanding was that this was underpinning the decision that we took last time with respect to enscoping those. And on the scope of the forward-looking picture, so it's true, it's a bit whether to have it as part of this exercise or to have it in a different context, different conversation. It's a fair question, but for the 2029, but perhaps I think what is a bit misleading is calling soft commitment. Perhaps if we want to call it a forward-looking picture or something like that, is probably a better reflection of what is the understanding typically with respect to additional budget requests for staffing for 2029. Although under your control, my understanding was we would have a 3-year window of the staffing budget to be incorporated in that forward-looking picture. I can recall we had a discussion on that last time. So unless again I'm mistaken, thank you very much.
Thanks, Antoine, for those clarifications. I have Kirsty.
Thanks very much, Camilla.
First of all, I just want to say thank you to the Secretariat for presenting this table. It actually answered a bunch of questions that I had around, essentially the budget implications of decisions embedded in the decisions we're being asked to take at this meeting. My request would be that we could get some sort of, something like essentially the top half of that table in some sort of commitment authority or budget document or something along those lines. Perhaps it's in the commitment authority document in future board meetings, because this is really instructive and incredibly helpful. My question is around the second half of that table, just so that I'm clear. All of these sort of potential, the soft allocations at B10, I don't think we've seen any sort of papers around this yet, but I just wanted to clarify whether or not we've sort of had visibility on any of this, and basically I'm asking, have I missed something? Thanks.
Thank you so much, Kirsty, for these questions. I'd like to highlight that from this we'll move to agenda item 5 on report by the interim trustee, and I know that some of the questions that were made here, particularly on promissory notes, can be answered in that agenda item as well, as these two are quite linked. But I will hand over to the Secretariat for some answers now before moving on.
Thank you, Camilla, and thank you, board members, for your question. And indeed, Darius will certainly complement some of my answer, but to confirm to you, Richard, that promissory notes are indeed resources which are confirmed, even though not encashed, and therefore are considered as to be able to be drawn upon request. And this is why it was proposed in the calculation of in the methodology that we defined at the previous board, that they would be accounted for in the calculation of the commitment authority, like we did presented it today. With regard to your question of the 2029 line on staffing, on additional budget requests for staffing, these are estimates that we present to be able to give to the board the full information on what could be the allocation needed a year ahead for B10 budget, which represent the funding, but the budget for the board, the Secretariat, the trustee to work in 2027. So it also answers the question of Ali. It does cover, with this second part of the table, the need for 2027, with an estimated 2022 million for this administrative budget, and we will work on these figures, of course, when we will prepare the budget together with the budget committee. And the 2029 is that indeed the practice is that we do anticipate on staffing relating costs during 3 years, as Antoine perfectly replied already, and in this matter. So this is why we have 2027, 2028 already covered in the first half, and 2029 in the second half. Point taken, of course, on the request to see how to provide this type of information in addition to the pure calculation of the commitment authority that we provided as per the methodology, and to provide more information to the board on the projections. And we take note of that, and we will see how to be able to support further. I think also the presentation from the trustee is going to also shed some light on these topics and what we can see in terms of conversion of pledges in the near future. And I think I covered those questions, the technical question mainly. Thank you.
Thank you so much for those clarifications, Mathilde, and thank you for this presentation that did go, Kirsty, beyond sort of just the document that we had, which was the Net Available Commitment Authority, but to also show on some of the decisions that are expected to be made, what does that mean for that commitment authority, and how it can help us, how it can help inform the decisions that we're going to be taking here at B9. Richard, you have the floor.
Okay, thank you very much for that clarification. I don't remember us taking that decision with that. I probably was not paying attention because I wouldn't have done that. But I can see that it is in the decision. Again, I don't want to open that decision, but I still think it's risky practice that what we agreed to do is to include a calculation, even though it's a small amount in the bigger picture, but we don't have the money. It's not something we can spend. We still have to get it. Maybe I'm misunderstanding something here, but my assumption is we don't have that money. Is not in the trust account right now. We still have to ask for it, right? So if that's the case, then we can, without changing the decision at B7, is there not a way to just make note of that? Because we're essentially, that number 108.99 is actually much less, is minus 26 million, because that still has to be, and therefore the risk we take is, and it's not that this hasn't happened before, right? Where we sought for an encashment or a promissory note, and the contributor at that time said they're unavailable to meet that commitment at the time, right? I'm just saying, so that's my risk. I'm not wanting to question. If we agreed upon it, then we must understand now that that's the risk that we've taken, and I would hope that we somehow don't rush to spend money or irresponsibly as a board, right? Thank you.
Thank you, Richard, for that, and I'll echo that is a call, regardless of the methodology for commitment authority. This is that we do not rush to spend money irresponsibly. Should be basic understanding of how we would work. I'd also highlight that this is not the document, right, that we are noting, that this is accompanying a net avail after accounting for soft commitments that might be done here. The document we'd be noting is the one that was shared as in preparation for this meeting, that does include that distinction on the on-cash provisionary note, but as per the methodology that we approved, that is included in the commitment authority. But I see Antoine.
Yes, sorry to come back, but because I think it's an important discussion indeed. My understanding is there's a difference between a promissory note and a contributor having entered an agreement with the fund with a given schedule for making the disbursements, because in the first place, the promissory note is unconditional and is enforceable. And so it's considered, I think it's standard practice to consider it cash. Whereas having entered the contract in and having a disbursement schedule attached to that contract, then you can have some arrears, and that is not enforceable. And that's it. So I think this is the reason underpinning the different treatment. Now, I think it's also fair to say it's important to have it as a separate line. We don't want, it's not cash, it's promissory notes, so that's why it's presented separately. But I think from a liquidity risk perspective, I think it's standard practice to consider it cash because of that specific feature. But again, I stand to be corrected, of course, on that. And should I be corrected, I would follow Richard's recommendation for sure. But again, that was my understanding. Thanks.
Thank you, Antoine. Mathilde, you have the floor.
No, we do confirm, and maybe I see that Darius from the trustee is also sitting here, and he can also most probably explain how these promissory notes are working. So, if you allow me, Camilla, thank you.
Thank you. So just on the promissory note issue, yes. Yeah, I can confirm that a promissory note is a banking instrument that is legally binding and it's as good as cash. It has a very high likelihood of being honored upon demand. And we have been using this instrument with other financial intermediary funds for which we are a trustee. Mostly the United Kingdom are using a promissory note, and they have always honored it, upon demand. So if the board, through the Secretariat instructs us that the cash is needed, we will put in a demand letter to Bank of England that is actually, holding that promissory note, and we will encash it in a matter of a few days to, I don't know, a couple of weeks. It all depends on, but the cash is there. So that's why it's counted in the commitment authority. We do account for it, separately. It indeed is not cash, but we do count it, separately. And because it's and we'll see that in the next report, and it's actually here as well, because it's in a currency different than the holding currency of the fund, which is dollars, and the promissory note is in British pounds. We do take a small reserve in case the British pound, values, more than it is, over the dollar, and we receive the devalues, and we receive a smaller amount of USD than we have projected. So that's why. However, when the promissory note is encashed, we immediately release that reserve. So we put the amount of dollars that we actually buy with the pounds that we receive. To recap, yeah, indeed, the promissory note is a firm banking instrument. Thank you.
Thank you, Darius, for those clarifications. I see Richard.
Again, so I don't want to get into a discussion on this matter, but last week we had a very similar conversation and our colleagues were telling us something else, right? But anyway, it's okay. We accepted this, that's fine. I just think we need to make sure that despite what you're telling us, that we don't rush to spend that money until we have, or we find a more prudent way of being aware that it still has to be called. You still have to do that piece of work to get that money, and not necessarily that then we should expect that if we use that commitment authority that we can spend it tomorrow. It may just be subject to, and then I'm fine, and we can come back to this matter in light of experiences when we trigger, as we did in the decision, the proper discussion of the contribution policy, so that it's clear in this one. I don't want to have a long discussion. I just want to be cautious of the fact that despite this being standard practice, we're facing challenges with the use of promissory notes and how they're encashed in other places, and I would hate to see that happen here. Thank you.
Thank you, Richard, for that. I see Ali.
Thank you, and sorry for coming back, but it's such an important issue. I fully agree with you that we have to be very responsible in spending. And I just wanted to see if that responsibility includes spending on BIMs or not. If we move forward, even with 4 that have been completed, 80 million from the commitment authority is already gone, and that's commitment authority is halved into. While it's a difficult situation, we are still discussing 10, 20 or 30 projects over 2 or 3 years. I was just wondering what kind of financial projection can inform our conversation on moving forward on BIM's different scenarios.
Thank you, Ali. Just to clarify, this is the available commitment authority for decisions here. The 250 million that have already been allocated to the BIM are not part of this because they are not in the commitment authority that we have now. So if you, the 80 million that you mentioned would not take half of that commitment authority because it would take 80 million out of the 250 that have already been allocated to the BIM. So just so we are all aligned. But I think it is an important point on not just bringing forward the available commitment authority, but having scenarios on what the sustainability or of the coming years is to come. And I think that can be accommodated and arranged, and to have those scenarios with the status of resources that we have. to see what that means for the next couple of years. And if that is sufficient at this stage. Colleagues, do we have any issue in noting the commitment authority as was shared in document FRLDB 9/4/3? Thank you. The document is so noted.
Okay, so colleagues, let's move on to agenda item 5, which is a report by the interim trustee on the status of the FRLD trust fund resources. You have before you the document FRLD/B9/4 report by the interim trustee on the status of the FRLD trust fund, which provides information on the status of the resources in the trust fund. I would then like to invite the representative of the interim trustee. It says her matri, but it's Duncan. Yes. Yes. to present this report. So Duncan, whenever you're ready.
Thank you so much, Co-Chair. And while the slides are being projected, let me just start with the good news. We can add 30 million to this commitment authority right now. So the report that the commitment authority has been prepared on is based on May 31st, 2026. I will now project some slides with the financial status as of yesterday, July 7. And in this 1 month period, we have received about $30 million more, 20 million euros from Italy and about 10 million Australian dollars from Australia. So that will add there, as I'll show. I added a column as of July 7 and then compared as of May 31st, just so that you can see the difference there. As I said, the figures are of July 7, 2026. They are translated into dollars also at the exchange rates of yesterday. 25 of the 27 contributors who have pledged resources to the fund have signed a contribution agreement or an arrangement for a total of $614 million, up 21 million from B8 in April. Italy has signed a contribution agreement for euro 20 million through Cassa Depositi e Prestiti. And we have also finalized and signed a contribution agreement for the remaining euro 80 million with the Italian Ministry of Environment and Energy Security. And this contribution agreement is now pending counter-signature from the ministry. As soon as they counter-sign it, we will add it to the table. Of the 614 million in signed contributions, we have received 459 million in cash and 20 million pounds sterling in a promissory note, about $27 million, for a total of about 486 million in liquid receipts, up 30 million from B8. Based on the installment schedule in the already signed contribution agreements, we expect to receive about an additional $48 million by the end of this calendar year. As I said here, I put 2 columns as of July 7, as of May 31st, which corresponds to the report that you all have seen, and the difference. There's a bit of a difference in exchange rates there at the top. And then, as you can see, in cash receipts, we have received 30 million more in this last month and in the last 5 weeks. Yeah. The cash that we received, the 459 million, is invested, and it has generated 24 million in investment income to date, about 3 million up from B8. The investment income is returned into the FRLD trust fund, and it becomes part of the commitment authority that the board can use to make funding allocation decisions, including the US dollar value of this unencashed promissory note and the investment income. The cumulative resources available since inception are almost $510 million, up 33 million since B8. The board has allocated about 32 million so far in administrative budgets for the Secretariat and the Trustee. We also set aside about $4 million as currency risk reserve to protect against the potential devaluation of the promissory note balance. So if we deduct those two, the FRA board has available 474 million, as of today, as of yesterday, to make funding allocations, up about 33 million since B8. Of that, it has already, set aside 277.5 million for the BIM and for the country support systems. Adding up the amounts expected to be received by the end of the calendar year, about 48 million, there will be about 521 million available by the end of the year, just to show a bit of a projection of where the fund would go, provided that no additional contribution agreements are signed, and this is the situation as it is right now. That's my short presentation. Thank you. Back to you, Co-Chair.
Thank you for that presentation, Duncan. So if the board, anyone has any comments or questions, the floor is now open. And Richard, please.
Sorry. Thanks, Georg. Can you put the presentation back up the table, please? No, the next one, the first one. So we've lost $6 million since in currency fluctuations since the 31st of December, 31st of May, right? Okay. And that's not being resolved by anything else, right? We don't have the FX currency is not. That's $6 million. It's next year's CESS allocation. It's quite a big thing. I don't really want to make the trustees' life difficult, but I'm still thinking about whether the presentation of this this graph is in this. This might be your format, and I don't want to make your life difficult, but I'm not quite sure that I find it very useful. And in light of the comments yesterday about maximizing the available commitment authority, I'm wondering exactly how we would do that, noting that we only, given from what we have, plus what's coming in 2026 is only 47 million, 2027 is 54 million, and in 2028 is 226 million, plus then the 196 once that's converted, right? So I'm not quite sure the comment made yesterday actually helps our problem with being able to maximize the commitment authority in relation to the funding, the gap between what we've committed for the BIM and what's in the commitment authority. And then given, I think what Ali said is, understanding the future projections just to maintain the operations of the Secretariat over the current period until we get another replenishment, we're needing to secure the Secretariat function. So I'm missing all this information. And I'm just wondering, I don't have the solution now, but I'm happy to talk to you bilaterally, but I think there's a better way of, I would like to think that there's a better way of presenting this table. I think I've stared at it too many times. I do like the big computer, I must admit. I have to make a case for one of those in my office, because reading the screen on this side, it's really hard to see what's going on. But thank you very much for this report. It's quite instructive of where we go. I don't think it helps us resolve the question of what we had hoped to be in the RMS stage 1 about converting all the pledges as soon as possible. We fully understand the constraints that governments have, and I'm not going to question that, but there is an urgency. It has been 3 years now since the COP in Dubai. I was always in preference for not having this kind of encashment schedule that we ended up agreeing. I don't remember us agreeing this. I actually remember fighting with JC that we didn't want this in the trustee, in the contribution agreements that we discussed, the draft template in Baku, but somehow it ended up being there. I think it's bad practice. I think we need to ensure that the moment that pledges are made and converted, we want to emphasize the quick and rapid payment of those pledges. And I know it's complicated, and I'm not dismissing the fact of the complications, but this is a fund that's different, right? And we are to respond to loss and damage, and to have money flow in over such long periods where the uncertainty is on countries and uncertainty on our ability to rapidly release funding means that, I'm sorry, Ambassador Dow, currently this rapid response mechanism seems more like something that we're going to continue as developing countries to request and not really achieve until we solve this problem of the pace of converting the pledges into contribution agreements into realistic encashment schedules that work for the purpose of this fund. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Richard, for those comments. I have Lauren next.
Thanks very much. And since it's the first time I'm taking the floor in the formal meeting, I'll also like to say thank you to the government of the Philippines for your gracious hosting of our board meeting here. I've lost the notes that I wanted to speak to, but thanks very much for this report. And it's really great to see 30 million that's moved into the amount received column since the version that we received. I do have one question for clarification, then a couple of other comments. The clarification, which might just be something that I've missed, is on your other slides, you noted the investment income that the fund has generated, and I'm just wondering, does that investment income move into commitment authority, or how does it get reflected into the resources that are available? I'm seeing some nods, but I'll allow you to respond to that after. And then my other kind of comments, and maybe this relates back to what you were just asking, Richard, because I think that was directed to what you said of my comments yesterday about maximizing commitment authority. When I take this item together with the last one, I think they're sort of helping to move us forward into understanding what's the financial picture that we're working with. I did also appreciate on the last item reflecting the soft commitments, not in the formal documentation, but to help us see a fuller picture of where we're at. And I think it's also kind of building on that further with the columns in the report from the trustee on the signed contributions that are coming in over the coming years, and then the pledges that have not been converted into signed contributions. We can't make commitments off that, so it's not about maximizing our commitment authority. I fully appreciate that we can't make any specific commitments. We can't make soft commitments, but we can make our soft commitments, our broader plans, looking at what do we have and when is it coming in. And so that's what I'm sort of, I really appreciate the presentations, and maybe in the next board meeting, what we can continue to do to kind of simplify and bring that full picture together of our commitment authority, what's been signed, what has yet to be converted, so that we can have a kind of fulsome discussion of what we anticipate with full confidence, with strong confidence, with whatever confidence you would call the latter, to plan over the next coming years. Thank you.
Thank you, Lauren. I don't see anyone else asking for the floor. So it is Duncan's comments and some questions for clarification. I'll just turn back to you, please.
Duncan? Darius.
Oh, sorry, not Darius. It's been a long day. Darius. Yes. Well, any one of you. If there's any, Darius. Yeah, I think there were both some, I apologize. It's the second time I'm doing this during the meeting. Yeah. You counted 4? Thank you. So, Darius. There were some comments and also some questions for clarification. I don't know if you have anything you want to respond to that. Please.
Apologies if I missed that. Yes, the investment income is added to the fund, so it becomes it goes into the big pot of the fund, and it is included in the basis for the commitment authority. Indeed, yes. And I think the rest were for the Secretariat and how do they present, further projections out of the soft commitment authority.
Thank you, Darius. But I also now have another flag up, so if you just stay with us. Adao, please.
Thank you very much, Greg, and thanks for the trustee for the presentation. We welcome the new pledges made to the fund, and we want to thank the government of Austria and the also region of Belgium for their quick contributions into the trust fund, and Italy for signing the contribution agreement. I think these are very important for us to get additional contributions from pledges to contribute. We want to also thank all other funders for their contribution that will be done and has been done. I think that will be useful for operationalizing the BIM itself. But we also note that almost a quarter of the pledges have not been signed into contribution agreements. So we very much look forward to see real contribution toward this fund. And in some cases, although contribution agreements have been signed, funding has not been deposited into the trust fund with an extended disbursement schedule as far out of 2027, 2028, and that will be quite late for us to address the current funding requests that have been submitted by different respective developing countries. So these sources are critical at this stage, given the over-subscription of the BIM that I just mentioned for, let's say, delivering issue. So we would encourage all funders to ensure timely disburse their contribution, at least to address the needs of developing countries, and also scaling up and also demonstrate based on the demands that we have already seen through the funding request up to now. Furthermore, having a timely and also streamlining process that converts pledges into contribution agreement and the contribution agreements into contribution, avoiding some sort of programming uncertainty issues that we may face. Predictable and also timely contributions are also critical for this fund, at least to consider the issue around the credibility of this fund. And the world is also watching us how best we can deliver. And the contribution from developed from funders will be also very, very important. I have one single question with regard to points around investment income earned. Can you clarify that? Because I cannot understand about these points. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Adao. Darius, please.
not sure exactly what the question is about the investment income. So the cash that is received is held in trust until it is, disbursed, and it's invested by the World Bank Treasury Department, and then the returns of that investment come back to the fund, and we deposit that investment income back into the fund, and it gets reinvested, and it generates even more returns, and all that investment returns come back again into the fund, and it becomes cash available for the FRD board to make allocations out of. Happy to answer a more detailed question if.
Ado, yes, please.
Thank you very much for that answer. My background is not a finance background, so I need to understand a little more whether this will be part of loans and then we can pay back, or in what time I could make me really understand about this issue.
There is.
I mean, happy to have a side discussion as well if you want to, but it's not a loan. It's cash. So it's like if you have a deposit in your bank, right? At the end of the month, the bank will give you some more money just for holding it there, and that becomes your money again. So it's the same here. It becomes cash that the FRD board can then grant, to the recipients. Yeah. It's not a loan or a borrower or yeah. Sure.
So thank you for that clarification. And of course, if there are any other such types of clarifications that would be requested, please, Darius and the trustee are available during our meeting. With that, can I then take it that the document as presented is so noted? And with this, I will close this agenda item. So, colleagues, it's been a long day, not only for me, but I have a sense of what my personal legacy out of this meeting will be. But we have now gone through what we had suggested to our schedule for today. So I think we all deserve a break and some rest until we meet tomorrow. We still have a large chunk of our agenda left. What we will do, of course, Camilla and I will debrief a bit on our discussion today, and we will send out a indicative schedule for our meeting tomorrow, and also, as Richard asked for Friday. So just look for that in your email boxes, and with that, have a good night, enjoy dinner, and come back well rested tomorrow. Thank you.